one who actually knows what the flip they're doing and is closing 20, 60, 100 deals a year. Not your Aunt Sally who just got her license last month. We've already vetted the best agents for you. Ramsey Trusted Agents are the top pros in your area, and they'll guide you to make smart decisions and buy or sell with confidence. No dumb mistakes, no overpaying, no leaving money on the table. To find a Ramsey Trusted Agent, go to RamseySolutions.com/agent. RamseySolutions.com/agent.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
And good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The fire that's burning near the north rim of the Grand Canyon, which remains closed until further notice, continues to grow. We're now told the flames have chewed through about 8,700 acres, and there's zero containment at this time. The fire's blamed on a lightning strike on Wednesday. A number of evacuation orders are still in effect for the area around the fire. We'll keep you updated as to the progress. And health officials in Coconino County are confirming a recent plague death there. We're told tests show the patient was suffering from pneumonic plague, which is a severe lung infection. Experts say the illness is transmitted to humans through bites from infected fleas or contact with an infected animal. The CDC says there are an average of 7 human plague cases each year, and the risk of public exposure remains low. The Republican spending measure passed by Congress includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits in history, the bulk of which will take effect in 2028. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live in the News Center with more on its impacts here in Arizona.
Stakeholders gathered in Phoenix to talk about those impacts. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly explains they have similar work requirements for Medicaid in Georgia, and it didn't result in more people working, rather, more people losing coverage.
This isn't making it more efficient. Providing these work requirements, if you go to other states that have these type of work requirements, this is about making it hard for people to stay on Medicaid, people who are sick.
He adds, of the roughly 2 million Arizonans who rely on Medicaid, about 300,000 will lose coverage, which will strain rural hospital systems, forcing some to close. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
An Arizona man has been sentenced for defrauding a federal housing program.
An Arizona man was sentenced this week to 18 months of supervised probation and ordered to pay over $13,000 in restitution for defrauding a HUD housing assistance program. From 2019 to 2020, the man falsely claimed unemployment and minimal income, hiding nearly $60,000 in earnings. Attorney General Chris Mays said in a statement that fraud like this undermines vital support for vulnerable families. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
President Trump and the First Lady visiting Kerrville, Texas this afternoon in the wake of the deadly flooding in the state. At the site of the disaster, the president saying his administration has fixed FEMA since he took office.
FEMA has deployed multiple emergency response units, and FEMA has been really headed by some very good people. We have some good people running FEMA. It's about time.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Trump expressing their deepest sympathy to all the parents who lost children and everyone in the community who lost loved ones.
We are grieving with you. Our nation is grieving with you.
The emergency response to the Texas flooding has Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton concerned over how the federal government will help Arizona handle its own yearly natural disaster, that being the heat. He says the administration is avoiding responsibility for weather-related emergencies.
It's tragically ironic because the entire point of the federal emergency management system is to help out local communities and states when an emergency goes beyond their capacity.
More than 600 people died in Maricopa County last year from the heat. Stanton adds cuts to planning and relief programs will have devastating impacts. President Trump, of course, as we just mentioned, in Texas visiting those flood-affected areas today. The State Department sending formal notices of layoffs to more than 1,000 employees. ABC's Chris Bokia tells us which employees are affected.
We're looking at 1,100 of these folks who received the notification today that they will be laid off. That's after the State Department last night put out a department-wide notice that this was happening. And we knew it was happening when the Supreme Court cleared the way for the reduction in force to happen after they overruled a district court that said the Trump administration couldn't move forward with these widespread reduction in forces, as they're known, without congressional consultation.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to the roads with Bill O'Neill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
And Becky, we do have a couple of crashes that could slow you down early this Friday afternoon. One of those is at 99th Avenue and Grand Avenue in Sun City. Another one involving a pedestrian, 63rd Drive and Monte Rosa Street in Phoenix. And also getting word of another crash at 25th Street and Indian School Road in Phoenix. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, America's largest roofer. That's traffic. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
Well, we had some record-breaking heat this week, but it looks like about 110 today through the weekend, right on into Monday. I think we can probably handle 110, 90 overnight. 105 right now in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, look, if you're a 9 to 5 or you're just 3 hours away from putting this week to bed, good on you. Way to go. If you're not, sorry.
Maybe you're already done.
Maybe
you are a 6 to 2er.
I was thinking of Mike Broomhead earlier. He says, well, my weekend's about to start.
Oh.
And that used to be my sign-off every Friday. I used to go, my weekend starts now. And that was it. And it was always a lie because I always had to do work afterward. But
you don't lie now.
I still lie all the time. Are you kidding?
What?
What did I tell you?
You don't.
Yeah. I lie all the time.
No.
I've been watching this latest little dance with the tariffs. Are you ready to go with the tariffs, Joe? Did you do your tariff research?
I read. Pablo tried to distract me, but I read like a champ before the show.
Explain the latest on the tariffs to me.
No problem. The latest is they're going to go into effect for a number of countries starting on August 1st. Would you like me to rifle off some of these countries?
No.
Okay, good. I will not. A number of them are small, little, tiny countries, though. I will say that. Only a couple big ones. As a result of that, we are not going to be hit by these tariffs in many cases until Christmas, from what I read.
Well, that's good.
Even though they're going into effect on August 1st. We'll break that down a little bit.
Okay.
And the tariffs that went into effect back on Liberation Day, April 1st, when Trump talked about that, seem to have not had a huge effect on our economy for the most part. And I can speculate on that, but
let's speculate on that as our why.
Okay.
Okay. Let's turn that into our why today. So that's coming up here at 2:15. Our why will be why haven't we really felt the hit so much? Although I was just talking with our KTAR PD officer Maurer. She's by the way, she's a lieutenant now in the KTAR PD.
Really?
So congratulations to Lieutenant Maurer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you and I get a rank change as well?
No. We're still privates. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, I was talking with her, and she said she is seeing some tariff bylines on some of the stuff that she buys. I haven't experienced this. Have you seen anything that says, tariff charge on anything you purchase? I haven't seen it.
I admittedly have not been looking because I just don't want to face that reality, but I haven't heard of anything like that.
Head in the sand is a good way to go.
Yeah. That is the way I am going.
Hey, look, in all honesty, head in the sand on some of this stuff is not a bad thing.
No,
the reason is if it's something that you have to buy anyway, what good does it do for your mental health if you're just constantly in the dumps about, well, I'm going to do this now because of blah.
Yeah, I don't want to complain about it. What do you tell me all the time? Joe, just shut up and do it.
Shut up and do it.
That's right.
Well, listen, I had a therapist one time. I was stressing about stuff, and she was saying, what is it that is the problem? And I go, gas prices are high. I was in high school. I go, gas prices are high, and my girlfriend and I aren't getting along, and this and this and this. And she goes, all right, let's start with the gas prices. What can you do about it? And I said, nothing. And that's what's frustrating.
You can walk.
She said, this is where we need to work on accepting, right? Accept the things that you can't do anything about. If that means you have to adjust somewhere else, then you have to adjust somewhere else. But what she was giving me was tools to control my emotions.
Coping mechanisms.
Absolutely what it was. So when I say head in the sand on this tariff stuff is not necessarily a bad thing, it's not. Now, granted, you might not have as much money left over at the end of the month. And you might not know exactly why that is. Maybe it's tariffs, maybe it's not, whatever it is. But you're just going to have to figure out what are my priorities, and then you're going to have to tackle it. Be frustrated. That's fine, but don't let it ruin your life.
I had a conversation years ago with one of the most important people in my life, and they were talking to me about some time they spent with a therapist. It's funny how it all comes back to therapy.
Right.
And it seems like what you were saying, our issues largely come from control, too. We want to have control, and we feel like we don't.
So when it comes to these tariffs, what is the word of 2025? Uncertainty.
Yeah.
Right? Uncertainty.
Yeah.
One of the things with the tariffs that I find frustrating personally is that we, as a nation, meaning this administration, is in control of the tariffs.
The nation is in control.
The Trump administration is in control of the tariffs, right? And so it's frustrating to me if the tariffs start to affect me, if they start to hurt me, if I start to see a byline on that. It's my president that has control over that, right? So how do you not hold that president responsible if we start to see prices go up, which, as you pointed out, largely we have not.
Right.
Largely we haven't.
The biggest issue I have is, remember the first few days around Liberation Day, stock market was taking a dump.
Yeah.
And we saw, it was over 1,000 points a few days. Wasn't it over 2,000 at least a day?
Yeah.
Just the inconsistency. And where I will give President Trump a ton of credit is over the last few months, things have largely rebounded. It's been...
As far as the stock market.
It's been, with the stock market, fairly consistent.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Okay. Why did everything drop when the tariffs were announced in April?
There was uncertainty.
Uncertain.
People didn't know what the effect was going to be.
Well, they didn't know, but also the assumption is, because of history, that when you enact large
we could be
tariffs,
hitting a recession. Things would be bad.
So all of a sudden we went, whoa, everything right now has to be repriced because all of a sudden margins are going to be cut. Even the president said companies should eat these losses.
And we didn't know if there was going to be tariffs on top of tariffs. If it was going to grow.
But now we're seeing this this August 1st, where the letters are going out. And he announced another one about Canada. We'll talk about that later in the show. He announced this new tariff on Canada.
He said, you tariff us, we're tariffing you more.
So Canada's up to 35% and even higher on some other goods right now, right? But the stock market has rebounded.
Yes.
So in April, it went, whoa, we're overpriced to have these 10% tariffs. Remember, it's just 10% tariffs across the board. Now we're talking about having tariffs up at 25%. 35%.
40% for some countries.
And our stock market is much higher. So in this case, I'm a little bit concerned about the stock market. In fact, I was reading about one of the experts was saying we could be setting up situations where highly sanguine investors might be forced to once again reckon with revised earnings guidance and the eventual implementation of tariffs. So the market is back to a record. Trump is taking a more aggressive policy stance. And he feels like he can take this more aggressive policy stance because the market's doing well. When the market dropped, that's when he backed off those tariff things, right? So now
it's a push and pull effect.
The tariffs are higher than they were when it dropped the first time, but the market is higher. So what would make him bring those tariffs down? Nothing. Right now, there's nothing that's checking his tariff push, which, to his credit, we have largely not felt necessarily at the checkout.
But I would tell you, too, he would back off if the market starts to take a dump again.
Agreed, but it's not.
Correct.
So now what happens? Is the market overvalued, is my question. If the market thought it was overvalued for 10% tariffs, why doesn't the market think it's overvalued at a higher level today for triple the tariffs? Right? So the market is not really following its own advice right now.
Dude,
people are afraid of missing out.
What do we say all the time, too? Vibe check. It's always a lot of vibes. And if the market feels like it's good, it's just kind of good.
As far as how much we are feeling, researchers finding the price on imported goods in their study increased by roughly 3% between the first wave of tariffs in early March and the end of June. At the same time, categories of domestic goods that typically compete with imports saw price increases of about 2%. Data indicating that domestic goods that don't have competition from imports have not gone up in price, which means, just as predicted, you've got domestic producers that are raising prices because they can. But largely, if we're only talking about 2 or 3% increases, are we really feeling that yet? Now, if we start seeing, say 3% increase over the course of the last 5 months, if we extrapolate that out, now you're talking about inflation at 5 to 7%, right?
Yeah.
Or higher. By God, we noticed 5 to 7% year over year. We sure did in 2022.
But 2 to 3%, that's kind of standard rate of inflation.
If it stops there. I don't think it's going to, but if it stops there. But it might.
You don't think so based on what? I mean, it.
So I want to get into that.
No.
Because what Trump is doing right now is it's a very delicate act. It's a big gamble that he's got right now. And so far, he's been playing it magnificently. That is until somebody calls his bluff. Will that happen, though? Because calling his bluff means they suffer. So what's our why today? Why haven't we seen prices spike on the shelves in light of all those doomsday predictions about the tariffs? That is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Significant cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits will be phased in beginning in 2028 following the passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says Republicans did that intentionally so they'd take effect after the midterm elections.
Kids will find it harder to get a school lunch. More people will have to rely on food pantries, food banks.
The Democrat explains about 300,000 Arizonans will also lose Medicaid coverage, which will strain health systems across the state, especially in rural areas. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're backing off a little bit on the heat, about 110 right through the weekend into Monday, but by next week, a little cooler than that and some rain in our forecast. Right now in Chandler, it's 105 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Our why today. The president is sending out letters to a number of different countries saying new tariffs are going to start on August 1st. So why haven't we seen the inflation, the big price spikes on the shelves in light of all those doomsday predictions that we've had about the tariffs? Tariffs were first announced back in April, and everybody said this is all hell's going to break loose. This is going to be terrible.
Did with the stock market for a couple weeks.
Yeah, but the market went up and down, but then we saw the consumer price index didn't. I mean, the inflation has not gone up.
And our wallets were not really affected at the grocery store, at the gas pump.
Depending on what you're buying. I'll say that.
For
Depending
the
on what you're
most
selling.
part, they weren't largely affected.
Do you have any concern in your mind?
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Yes. I have concern in my mind.
Especially when it comes to the groceries.
Yeah.
I worry about the groceries. It's twofold. One is the tariffs on things like bananas. I know you're a big banana or plantain guy.
Yeah.
Right? And then the other is the immigration crackdown, and we're already hearing farmers going, I got nobody to work the fields, right? So those are two things that concern me about groceries.
Yeah.
Which is a beautiful word. A lot of people have never heard that word before, but I started using groceries, and now I hear everybody using it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Tell me more. Is there a store where you can get these groceries?
Yeah, it's a store that specializes in food. A lot of people call it food stores. Yeah.
I do have concerns. I don't want to get too deep, but what would also alleviate those concerns, too, is recession. The times in my life where I've lived through a recession, sucks to see people lose their job. I know the country's hurting, but you also get this weird effect going on where you see prices come down a lot of times.
Well, yeah.
Gas prices plummet.
Deflation.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you've never lost your job in a recession.
I've never lost my job, period. I'm
It
very
sucks.
lucky.
Let me tell you, as a guy who did the last time around, it sucks.
Dude, I thank my lucky stars every day.
No,
it hasn't happened.
I've worked through a couple of recessions, and I'm with you that the recession is a reset, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But then the last time around, when I did lose my job during the recession, it was really hard.
Dude, I've seen 25% of a company wiped out a few times right in front of me. I've seen people march down the hallway.
And then then what happens to those people? I mean, yeah, prices are coming down, but they don't have anything. Yeah, they don't have anything.
Big time pain.
So why is it that we haven't seen the prices jump like all the economists said? And I have some thoughts. I'm curious about yours.
Well, lay out the first one that you marked here. I jotted it down as well.
Okay.
Stockpiling. Let's explain how that all works.
Okay, so what's happening here with the stockpiling is that with Trump's on-again, off-again tariffs, and now they're on again.
Correct.
For now. Now, we don't know. Maybe somebody will say, hey, we want to negotiate, and then he'll go, I'm going to delay it for Malaysia.
So August 1st, that means prices are going to jump and go crazy, right?
Not necessarily, because what happens is he says there's going to be tariffs coming. So all the major retailers, they go, okay, any products I've got coming from Thailand or Malaysia or whoever's being affected, they start stockpiling right now. They order everything right now, and then they bring them all into the warehouses.
But when does it actually even get here, too? That's important also. If it's an August 1st tariff and that boat leaves the port August 1st, I've seen up to 6 weeks before it even gets here.
So what they did is as soon as he said this is happening, the orders went in.
They're stockpiling now.
This week.
And that stuff might not even get here until end of September.
But then if it does get here, hang on, because what's happening is people have stockpiled.
Yeah.
And then so they've got stuff in here at a lower price without the tariffs. So now they can continue to supply the country at a lower cost, and they're not eating that cost, the tariff cost yet. And then Trump goes, I'm going to back it all off because a lot of countries have come to me and said everything's going to be better. So then he backs off. So now they go, oh, okay. Now that my stockpile reserves are starting to drop, he backed off on the tariffs, I can order more goods. And we've seen this happen in every single sector, especially rare earth metals. We'll talk more about copper coming up here in just a little bit. So the wholesale inventory levels are on this roller coaster. They're going up and down, but as far as you and I go, it's remained largely the same. As far as inflation goes, the experts say this. The decline of inflation owes in part to a flood of imports ahead of the levies, which allowed companies to stockpile the non-tariffed goods and then sell them with little change in price. And then a drop in oil prices helped put downward pressure on a range of costs, which is another thing that we have going on here, and that is that we're seeing the decrease in fuel prices. So fuel prices started fluctuating, right? And then they're slowly coming down. And this is this weird self-defeating prophecy. So the commodities are changing because they go, uh-oh, tariffs are up, the economy's going to slow down. So then they go, if the economy slows down, fuel isn't going to be worth as much, so the commodity price drops. So then as the commodity price drops, the lower the shipping costs help keep the prices down.
Right.
Which keeps the economy moving forward, and the economy doesn't slow down. So it's not slowing down because we've been afraid that it's going to slow down.
Right.
Which is, this is why macroeconomics are, a full degree and not something somebody can do on the radio in an afternoon, right?
Yep.
I do have some concerns that we're still in the quiet period.
Well, my biggest concern is, how do I put this? Like, just because you look at things that happen in April, it is not fair to assume that what happened in April with the tariffs is exactly what's going to play out in August.
Agreed.
It's like if you go to a restaurant and it's busy 3 Tuesdays in a row, it doesn't mean that 4th Tuesday when you come in, it's going to be busy again.
Sure.
You can analyze the past and say, this is what happened, this is what we see, but you don't know, based on all of those metrics, exactly how it's going to play out and again in the future, because it won't be the exact same.
Especially, what do they say in investing? Past performance may not be indicative of future results, right?
Bingo.
But this is one of the things I worry about. And that is that 57% of companies are already experiencing tariff-driven decline in their gross margins. That's as of May. We're a couple of months later. The latest survey is through May. 3/4 of companies said that they are considering price increases of at least 5% in the next 6 months. You opened the show talking about things holding off until Christmas. Maybe they hold off until Christmas, but maybe not, and certainly next year.
We've talked about 4th quarter or 1st quarter of 2026 possible recession.
KPMG economist says the survey underscores the Federal Reserve's fear that the bulk of the tariff-induced inflation has yet to hit. Some accelerated price increases will likely take hold as companies sell through the warehoused products and additional tariff proposals emerge. That outcome remains uncertain amid Trump's fluctuating policy. So even though they're planning for tariffs are going to eventually show up, what if he just backs off altogether? Then all of a sudden it's like, well, we didn't have anything to worry about.
Well, yeah, we don't know, again, exactly how that would look. I mean, as far as why we haven't seen the price spikes yet, some of it could be it was going to happen further down the road, and we're still not there yet.
Kind of a delayed reaction, right?
Yeah. And this all could be pushed back another quarter if the president hits pause again. Or we've been talking about a possible recession for the last couple of years. It could just not happen at all.
The president just announcing a massive 50% tariff on one of Arizona's 5 C's of our economy, how the Copper State could benefit from the new announcement, and what might hold us back. That's next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Honoring America's veterans and KTAR present Honor Our Heroes. Do you know a Valley veteran you can honor with a once-in-a-lifetime experience to recognize their service to our country? Text HONOR to 620-620 and nominate them to be one of 7 Grand Marshals at the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade November 11th. Text HONOR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. While there, visit Window World.
Now is the time to cool those hot rooms with the new energy-efficient windows and doors from Window World. Right now, get 6 large premium sliding windows, all with the most energy-efficient Solar Zone Sunshield glass. tax and installation included for only $4,725. Plus, Window World has easy gliding patio doors and designer entry doors with built-in security screens too. And be sure to ask about new custom black window and patio door frames. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com.
KTAR News now.
It's coming up on 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We have a latest update now on the White Sage Fire that's burning near the north rim of the Grand Canyon. It is still growing. The latest update shows the flames have burned about 8,700 acres, and it is still 0% contained. A number of evacuation orders are in effect around the fire, while the north rim of the Grand Canyon remains closed until further notice. Firefighters say these flames were sparked by a lightning strike on Wednesday. This week, the Secret Service released a report that outlined the changes it's made in the years since the attempt on then presidential candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. ABC's Luke Barr joined Arizona's Morning News to discuss how even though the report outlines a lot of changes within the Secret Service, one thing remains the same.
Just been suspensions as of now, but nobody has been outright fired yet.
Barr says that the suspensions range from 10 to 42 days, and 6 total agents were suspended. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has written Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., urging him to do more to curb the spread of measles in the U.S. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
The top Senate Democrat says he's writing with deep concern over Robert F. Kennedy's response, or as Chuck Schumer puts it, the lack thereof, to the surge in measles cases. In the year 2000, the virus was deemed to be eliminated in the U.S. This year, there have been nearly 1,300 cases. Schumer's urging Kennedy to declare a public health emergency. The outbreaks are occurring as vaccination rates in the country are declining. Close to 300,000 kindergartners in the U.S. now have no protection from measles.
U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is headed to Iowa next month, leaving many wondering if a Gallego presidential candidacy is in the future. Political analyst Stacey Pearson tells Arizona's Morning News Gallego's moderate approach to politics is smart.
Talking about a Democrat on a border state, a guy that served in the military, put himself through Harvard, his self-made story is true, and I think that's what the American voters are looking for.
And she adds, even if he doesn't run for president, his trip will be impactful on unifying the Democratic Party.
Eyes on education.
Filling out FAFSA forms can be confusing, but one Arizona nonprofit is here to help. Education Forward Arizona is holding a FAFSA workshop this Saturday to help you and your child complete the federal aid forms. This workshop is going to be from 10 to 2 at the Capital One Cafe in Scottsdale Fashion Square. Let's check on that Friday traffic now with Heather Larson. She's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's starting early. Let's go to the I-10 eastbound where there is a wreck on the right shoulder at 16th Street. The first thing to be aware of this afternoon. There's also in Sun City quite a big slowdown. Eastbound Grand Avenue at 99th Avenue. There's a wreck at 99th. It's slowing things down there for anybody going eastbound right now. And in Phoenix on the city streets, we've got a wreck at Buckeye Road and 19th Avenue, just clogging up that intersection right there. Traffic is brought to you by PlumSmart because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
After some record-breaking heat this week, we're going to be right around 110 today, through the weekend, and right on into Monday, and possibly some rain mid-next week and a little bit cooler. Right now, it's 108 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Friday, and were credit cards invented to make buying stuff easier? Then why are so many places charging me extra if I use the credit card? I mean, it's almost enough to make a guy carry cash. Almost. We're digging into it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and you'll catch us on the YouTube. You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. Joe, Arizona's economy is based on 5 C's. What are they?
Okay, top of my head. Here we go. Copper.
Copper, yes.
Cotton.
Yes.
Cattle.
Yes.
Citrus.
Yes. Boy, it's hot outside.
Oh, well, you climate.
Climate!
Yeah. I needed it. I got 4.5. Well, 4. You assisted me with that.
Citrus
last
is the one I always forget because all the other ones are the hard C and citrus is that soft C. So I always forget citrus. Yeah. So what if our economy is based largely on those 5 C's, what if we could make people use more of our 5 C's?
That'd be good for us.
I would think so. So when the president announces a 50% tariff on copper imports, that's one of our 5 C's.
It is.
So shares the world's largest copper producer, Phoenix-based Freeport McMoran. There's got to be a better way to say that. You know how to say it, Pablo?
I want to take
McMoran?
two with that one.
And the second way you say it.
McMoran, right? Yeah.
No, wouldn't it be McMoran?
No, because I think it's a combination of 3.
So it's like you're going to say
Freeport McMoran.
Moron, but not quite.
Anyway, their share shot up more than 5% at one point on Tuesday after the president announced these things. The company produces over 1 billion pounds of copper in the U.S. last year, and they would benefit from U.S. copper tariffs. They worry, however, that the tariffs would hurt the global economy. And so they're saying, Mr. Trump, we need to focus on boosting U.S. production, not necessarily making the cost of copper more expensive. So there's an economist that says the U.S. has imported a whole year's worth of demand over the last 6 months, so the local storage levels are ample. I see a correction in copper prices following an initial jump. So he's saying the copper prices are going up because of these tariffs. That's a knee-jerk reaction. There's enough stockpile. We just talked about in our last segment, part of the reason that we haven't seen inflation in light of all the tariff stuff is that companies were stockpiling their goods. Mm-hmm. So a number of these manufacturers or the number of the importers were stockpiling copper. Here's the issue that Freeport is concerned with is they go, all right, we're going to benefit from this for domestic supply. More U.S. manufacturers that need copper are going to be turning to us. That's cool. But if the price of copper increases, we know how supply and demand works. If supply drops, demand then, is that going to come down, right? Mm-hmm. So all of a sudden, are we looking for alternatives? Are we holding off on remodeling projects or manufacturing on appliances that use a lot of copper? Are people holding on to the refrigerator longer because new refrigerators are more expensive? In other words, if all of a sudden the supply has gotten more expensive and demand drops, that doesn't help our local economy. That doesn't help our local copper miners, right? So they go, wait a minute, we don't want to hurt the total usage. We just want us to have a bigger share of that pie.
Sure.
All right. So where do we get our copper? We produce about half of the refined copper. Where does most of that come from? Right here. 2/3.
That desk?
2/3 of American copper comes right out of Arizona.
Wow.
So, I mean, it does stand to reason that we could see a little bit of our copper mining could see a little bit of a bump. Mm-hmm. But again, if we see global demand drop, that bump is then offset, right? Because they're exporting too.
So, can I ask you a nerdy question about copper too?
Yeah.
Like, isn't it we can't just go out and make copper. Again, we have to mine it. We're going in the mine and we're bringing it up.
Yep.
At some point, it's precious metal, right? We will run out of it, correct?
Yeah, but at this point, it's not a rare earth metal. It's not rare.
So we don't have to worry, like, hey, if we are churning out more of it here, that, oh my goodness,
we're not close to peak copper, if that's what you're asking.
We're out of copper.
No.
Okay.
No,
it's not like water in Arizona.
Right.
Which is a little bit more of a
We have more
precious.
Copper. We're okay on the copper.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're okay on that.
Okay.
That's a good
Just
question.
wanted to check. I wanted to make sure it was going to be like, well,
we're
sorry,
out of copper.
Can't build any more homes and can't make any more stuff. No more copper.
So here's what they are saying, though, as far as let's suppose that all of a sudden we want to have more domestic production of the copper. What a great idea. So now you've got Freeport McMoran, and they could run their existing mines harder and they could lift output. But they say that would only provide a short-term lift in ore supply, and they say likely unsustainable because you're just pushing too hard and you're not going to be able to provide everybody with everything. You bring it up a little bit, but we still have higher demand. Importing copper ore and refining it is also unlikely, as it would take time and money to recommission idle smelter capacity, with the only viable candidate being the Grupo Mexico-owned Esarco plant, which is in Hayden, Arizona. That, they say, has been mothballed for more than 4 years. So there is only one idle copper smelter in America, and it's here in Arizona, and it's owned by a Mexican company.
What's a smelter?
So you take iron ore, and then you smelt that to pull the iron out. Your ore is your raw material.
Okay.
I keep forgetting. He went to that private school where they just gave you an A for showing up.
That is not. No, that is not the case at all.
I did really well in Earth Metals class.
We didn't have.
I got
Earth,
an A plus.
Yeah, Earth Metals class.
And I go, okay, what's an Earth Metal? He's like, I don't know, but I got an A in the class. Very
aluminum
good
foil.
Yeah, aluminum.
Dude, we had math. We had history.
Right.
Little science.
Yes. Very little science.
I somehow did well in English, but wasn't great at it.
So when you mine things, you're not pulling pennies out of the earth, Joe.
Obviously,
you're pulling rock.
Raw material.
Raw material. Now, you smelt that, you heat it, right, in order to separate that from the waste material. So you're taking ore and you're turning that into a solid material. There's only one smelter that is not being used right now, and it's here.
Yeah.
But we haven't been using it for 4 years. Right. So now you got to bring it back up to snuff, and it's owned by a Mexican company. So is that really helping it would help people working in Hayden at the smelter.
Can't we buy it from Mexico?
Not if they don't want to sell.
But it's
not
here
like
in the U.S.
Mexico doesn't, it's not, the country of Mexico doesn't own that. So now what are you talking about? Socializing?
I don't know.
Oh. This guy, oh my goodness. Well,
I have another question, too. I mean, this doesn't
you know how many American properties are in Rocky Point?
Thank you.
Can Mexico buy them?
They should just come in and buy them.
Come buy them.
There you go.
Just take
Exactly.
them over. Why can't we just take those?
Well, so this also doesn't sound like a very clean process, too. So I'm sure you're going to have environmentalists freaking out about it, too.
Screw them. They're always going to complain.
No,
So can you just get more of the raw material? Well, remember we have the Resolution copper mine that's been held up in a bunch of lawsuits for a long time.
No, you
but it was
can't easily just get more.
No, you can.
Yeah.
Even if you fast track the new Resolution copper mine, you got that part right. I'll give you an A on that. Even if you fast track the new copper mine, they say still several years before you're going to start pulling more copper out of the ground.
Yeah.
All right.
I got an A on all this.
So what is this going to hurt the most? I think a lot of people don't realize where copper is being used. We think of pennies. But pennies
those actually are not.
They're copper coated.
Yeah.
Right? They're mostly zinc. No. You know where you use this a lot? They say in home construction. But do you know where it gets used in home construction?
Pipes.
Very good. Yeah. Piping. And although you can replace pipes with the PEX.
I just want to bask in my awesomeness for a moment.
Where this really hurts, and I know this because Pops pays close attention to this stuff. He's a lifelong electrician, is in your Romex wire. So
there is a 0% chance I would have gotten that.
All of the wiring through your house is copper wiring. And they can try to use aluminum, but it's not nearly as conductive. Copper is the best.
That's why people steal it off construction sites all the time.
Absolutely, because of the value of copper. Now we're talking about driving copper prices back up again, which means I guess we're going to go back to stealing copper. But, and then where's the other place? Is it, no, I was thinking catalytic converters. That's a different metal that they're pulling out of the catalytic converters, isn't it?
I think.
Pablo?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it is. Anyway, probably is it cobalt that's in the catalytic converters? Something I don't recall. Anyway, the price of Romex wire has finally started to come. It's still way high, but it's finally started to come back down. It used to be just astronomical, like $4 or $5 a foot. It was crazy for a while.
That
it was
much?
Crazy.
And they use big rolls of that on the construction sites.
Oh, they use massive rolls. And then when you talk about these, like the data centers that we're building, and you're talking about all the power that they're pushing through there, this is when they bring in those giant reams. I mean, I'm talking the ones that the roll is on a truck, and it's just massive.
Catalytic converter theft, rhodium, platinum, and palladium.
Okay.
Are the rare and valuable metals.
All right. So thank you. I appreciate that. Not copper. Anyway, I bought some of this last weekend. It was down to like $2 a foot. Is what I bought.
Wiring?
Yeah, I just bought like 25 feet. I was running an outlet in my garage, and so I was happy to see that come back down. But then I saw the story about the new tariffs, and I thought, forget running an outlet now. I mean, it's crazy. It's wild. And now, is this going to be beneficial to Arizona? It could benefit a couple of our industries. The tariffs, by giving preferential treatment to these Arizona companies. The trouble is, it would take years to bring things up to demand, and it's going to hit us on things like home building, which we need, and we need the price to come down, appliances, automobiles, electronics, anywhere that we need that conductive metal. So while it may help a couple of big Arizona businesses, it could hurt all of us as consumers if inflation hits. That is, of course, and we talked about this in the last segment, Unless, of course, Trump rolls back on his threat to the tariffs. So right now, you've got copper importers that are bringing it in as quickly as they can to stockpile. He may say, I've decided to pause this, and all of a sudden, things moderate out, right? It's kind of the gamble that he's taking right now. And really, with all the tariffs, that's the gamble that they're making with the tariff negotiations. Is he going to get a deal done that he wants before America starts to feel the side effects? I mean, we were told 90 deals in 90 days, but so far, we've got two trade deals since the last round of tariffs were suspended. And for our largest trading partners, this administration has been especially shrewd. And an announcement yesterday could really amp up the trade war with the syrup-loving moose huffers in the north. Oh, Canada's new punishment could affect your bank account next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, for an awful lot of people, they've decided we're going to do some remodeling. In fact, 50% of Arizona homeowners say they are going to do some remodeling this year. How many are going to be smart and replace those old windows? Hopefully an awful lot of them. And hopefully they're calling Advanced Window Products. Hopefully you're listening. With Advanced Window Products, how about a deal? While we're talking about things getting more expensive, Advanced Window Products is keeping the prices down. They beat the prices on 95% of the other window installers in the Valley. And right now, when you buy 10 or more windows, you get $2,500 off. And it gets even better. 0 down, 0% financing, and approved credit with payments as low as $150 a month. Now, I know what you're thinking. Merrill, these must be some crap windows. No, they are not. We're talking about Cardinal Glass. We are talking about the best quality vinyl windows you're going to find, and they are made in the Valley. They are made in the Valley for Arizona, Phoenix summers. So, okay, well, there's got to be a catch here. There's not. In fact, if you don't like the window, if something's wrong with the window, if something happens to go wrong, it doesn't happen very often, but it could, they guarantee them for life. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. They come out, they fix it, no questions asked, you're done. The most high-efficient quality vinyl window on the market, made in the Valley, for the Valley. If you're doing remodeling this year, you got to take a good hard look at the windows and call 480-764-2002, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products. Again, 480-764, write this down, 2002.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A new poll from Gallup presents a snapshot of what Americans think about immigration. ABC's Chuck Siebertson.
85% of American adults tell Gallup they think those brought to the U.S. illegally as children and have been here a long time should be allowed to stay if they meet certain requirements. 78% say allowing anyone the chance to stay and become citizens if they meet requirements is a good idea, up 8 points from last year. When it comes to Border Patrol, the number who think the U.S. needs to hire more agents, 59% say yes, down from 76% last year.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. We're expecting a high today of about 110 and right on through the weekend into Monday before we cool off a little mid-next week. Right now in Anthem, it's 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show, this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
When life brings challenges, knowing where to turn is essential. At Revival Psychiatry, we're committed to providing more than just mental health care. We're dedicated to restoring hope, dignity, and quality of life. We offer personalized diagnoses, medication management, therapy, and non-invasive ketamine treatments. Offering telehealth and in-person options, and we accept most insurance plans. We are Revival Psychiatry, and we are here to support you. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
It's Gatos. The U.S. has been rocked by 4 1-in-1,000-year storms in less than a week. Why, it has nothing to do with climate change. 4 o'clock, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Welcome back to the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. On the KTAR News app. If you're on that app, you can tap on that little microphone icon you see and you can leave us a message, say something insightful or funny or crazy. We might even play that on the air. Oh, Canada.
What are you doing over there?
I'm singing.
Yeah, their anthem.
You love your syrup sweet.
That's not right.
Your Mounties ride the horses and you huff moose meat.
Now I want you to just keep going to see what's next.
That's all I got.
Ham, they got that stuff.
Yeah.
I salute that. The Canadian ham?
Oh, Canadian bacon, right?
Bacon, yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, that's
hockey, of course.
You got some Dudley Do-Right going on all of a sudden. The Red Green Show?
Yeah.
Love Canada.
What else do they have up there?
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Justin Bieber.
Drake.
Oh, boy.
Drake. Celine Dion.
The Weeknd.
Okay, now you're just naming people from Canada.
That's what they got. That's what we're doing, Joe.
No, I asked you what was the point of this. It wasn't to name people from Canada.
We're putting tariffs on all of them.
Oh.
We're putting a tariff on Ryan Reynolds.
What about Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
Tariff.
Really?
Yep.
So we're charging him more?
35%. So the NBA MVP, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, if he scores 10 points, he only gets credit for 6.5.
Ooh.
That's how we're doing this now.
Wow.
Yep. 35% tariff. The president is dropping a 35% tariff on all Canadians starting August 1st. And he says it could get worse. A lot of people didn't like Deadpool. They thought it was terrible.
I like Deadpool. Deadpool was great.
A lot of people I talked to, they didn't like it. Many people don't like that. It's too Canadian. 35% tariffs are going to be separate from all the other tariffs, warning that the duty could be increased if Canada retaliates. Canada is subject to Trump's 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports, 25% tariffs on autos. They've got a 50% levy on copper shipments starting August 1st.
My
but everything
head
else
hurts now.
everything else, 35%.
Yeah.
So why are we doing this, Joe?
Well, you made pretty clear because. Yeah.
Are we still trying to get them to be the 51st state?
Are we trying to do that?
America.
We are not. I think the administration may have some aspirations for some of that. I think it's pie in the sky.
I think this is part of the deal. I think this is part of the art of the deal. So what he's done now, they got together at the end of June and they said, okay, we're going to get back to talking.
Mm-hmm.
And so now that they are saying we're going to get back to talking, now he threatens them with more tariffs? Doesn't that seem like not a gesture of goodwill?
I think it's really about money. I don't think it's about land. I don't think Canada is going to give us land that we can turn into another state.
Forget that. I'm moving on.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the art of the deal here, when it comes to these tariffs, Trump is creating a sense of urgency. And as long as Canada capitulates to whatever those demands are, I don't think it's the 51st state. I think it's just tariff stuff. Before we start to feel the impact on our polar bear meat at the grocery store, then he wins. But if Canada doesn't want to they don't want to dilly-dally because they don't want all of a sudden their economy to tank. But if they call the bluff, we could be in trouble. But nobody seems willing to call that bluff. You've heard the politicians fighting over the empowerment scholarship accounts, the ESAs, the school vouchers over the last few years. And for some families, ever since they got access to the funds, they've been using ESAs as their own little savings program. Just how many of your tax dollars are sitting in somebody else's bank account? You're going to find out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's nearly 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
It's Gatos, and I'm here with my friend Doug Karras, owner of Arizona Painting Company.
Thanks for having me, Gatos.
All right, the Arizona Painting Company. You guys are known for your exceptional quality of customer service at work. What else sets you guys apart?
We're the leading painting company in both Phoenix and Tucson thanks to our trained painters and transparent communication. The job isn't done until you're happy.
I'm a happy customer of Arizona Painting Company, so why should others choose you guys?
Thanks, Gatos. We love working with you. We're very proud of the fact that we've been ranked the #1 painting company in Arizona for the last 8 years. We've done that by showing up when we promise, giving our customers same-day written quotes, and providing daily project updates.
Doug, some people are concerned about getting their house painted in the summer. There is no concern, right?
No, not at all. We've got a paint from Sherwin-Williams called Latitude, where we can paint surface temperature up to 120 degrees. There's absolutely no concern to have your house painted in the summer with Arizona Painting Company.
Hey, Doug, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here today. To reach Doug's team, text PAINT to 620-620 or call 602-PAINTER.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon, 3 o'clock now. I'm Becky Lynn. The Arizona Bureau of Land Management is urging people who are heading up north to be aware of a big fire. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live now in the News Center to tell us more.
The White Sage Fire is currently burning near the Grand Canyon's north rim and has grown considerably since starting Wednesday. Recreation areas like Jacob Lake under evacuation orders, and Dolores Garcia with the Arizona BLM says the fire started from a lightning strike.
About a mile and a half northeast of White Sage, Arizona. It has since, due to the low fuel moistures and gusty and erratic winds, moved into the White Sage area and further southeast.
And the fire is currently at 0% containment as crews navigate dry terrain.
Fire size was mapped this morning at approximately 8,700 acres, burning through grass, shrub, and pinyon juniper.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
And health officials in Coconino County are confirming a recent plague death there. We're told tests show the patient was suffering from pneumonic plague, which is a severe lung infection. Experts say the illness is transmitted to humans through bites from infected fleas or contact with an infected animal. The CDC says there are an average of 7 human plague cases every year, and the risk of public exposure is still low. Significant cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits will be phased in beginning 2028 following the passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to explain.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says Republicans did that intentionally so they'd take effect after the midterm elections.
Kids will find it harder to get a school lunch. More people will have to rely on food pantries, food banks.
The Democrat explains about 300,000 Arizonans will lose Medicaid coverage, which will strain health systems across the state, especially in rural areas. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
It's been 1 year since the attempted assassination of then presidential candidate Donald Trump, and this week the Secret Service released a report outlining the changes it's made since then. ABC's Luke Barr joined Arizona's Morning News to talk about the issues within the Secret Service that nearly led to an assassination.
Communications issues with local law enforcement, anti-drone technology, and their training facility.
Barr added no one within the Secret Service has been fired in regards to the assassination attempt. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's July 11th, and back on this day in 1804, Vice President Aaron Burr shot his longtime political antagonist, Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton, a leading Federalist and what some went on to call the chief architect of America's political economy, sadly died the following day. In 1776, Hamilton joined the Continental Army in the American Revolution. His energy and remarkable intelligence brought him to the attention of General George Washington, who took him on as an aide. 10 years later, Hamilton served as a delegate to the Constitutional Convention and led the fight to win the ratification of the final document, the Constitution we know today. Burr became vice president, but Jefferson didn't support Burr's renomination to a second term, and Burr was elected to governor instead. Hamilton gladly campaigned against Burr. In the campaign, Burr's character was savagely attacked by Hamilton, and after the election, he resolved to restore his reputation by challenging Hamilton to a duel. And we all know how that turned out. And it happened back on this day in 1804.
Let's check the Friday roads now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a bit going on. We've got a wreck on the 10 westbound at 32nd Street. That's slow approaching the split and in the split. Also a wreck on the shoulder of the 10 eastbound at 16th Street. That should be clearing soon, if not any second now. Sun City, eastbound Grand Avenue slow because of a wreck at 99th Avenue. And in Glendale, a wreck at 67th Avenue and Bell Road. And a new wreck reported at Scottsdale Road and Pinnacle Peak Road, another slow intersection for your ride home. Traffic brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
110 right through the weekend on into Monday is what we're expecting, with an overnight low tonight around 90. Mid next week, we're going to be 102, 104. By starting Wednesday, and maybe some rain in our forecast, too. 109, though, right now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Take the next verse, Chris.
That's all I got.
Oh.
Just jamming on this one.
Okay.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app. We have discussed the ESAs before. This is the Empowerment Scholarship Accounts, or school vouchers. And there's a program that people have taken advantage of. And they go, whoa, they're going to give me the money for my kids' education. Rather than giving money to public schools and then your kids go to that school, which is the way that we did it for more than a century. Then we said, wait a minute, what if my kid wants to go to private school?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we should make sure that my money isn't going to public school. If I'm paying taxes and it costs the state $8,000 a year to send my kid to public school, then that $8,000 should go to the school that I want them to go to. So we started with school choice. You can go to any school you want to. Mm-hmm. Then it went, since I have school choice, shouldn't that school get my kids' money? And then it became private school should get my any tax dollars. And then it became, I'm going to homeschool, I should get the tax dollars.
And a typical empowerment scholarship is about $7,000 to $8,000 a year.
Yeah.
But kids with disabilities can receive more than $40,000 a year.
Oh, I wish I had a kid with a disability.
No, you don't.
Sounds very lucrative.
No, you do not wish that.
Just a little one.
So help me understand this, though. The 12 News I-Team did some digging.
Yeah.
Thank you to them. And they obtained some public records that show more than $440 million.
Wow.
Is sitting in, I didn't even say what yet. You just wowed at that figure?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, let's try again. $440 million.
That's a lot.
Is sitting in education voucher accounts for private and homeschooling.
Wow.
Yeah, we've got
Is that better?
We've got over 10,000 accounts that are sitting on at least $10,000 each.
10,000 sitting on 10,000.
Yeah, now
okay.
how is that possible if each of these are $7,000 to $8,000 per year? Don't you have to use it each year?
No, that's what we're finding out.
Nearly 200 people have more than $100,000 each.
What?
And there's 10 accounts that have more than $200,000 each. One that has over $250,000.
Whoa! So that's somebody with a disabled kid that's been using this for a couple of years. They must have more than one disabled kid, then, right?
I mean, we presume because
are they just adopting kids in wheelchairs so they can get ESA money?
The typical kid, again, is $7,000 to $8,000 per year. But again, if you roll it over, it could be a family that has multiple kids. But
to get up over $250,000.
Here's the other thing, too. So based on what 12 News revealed here, students without disabilities have a combined $220 million in unspent taxpayer funds.
All right, so that's half of the total.
Little over half of it.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of this is parents who have kids with disabilities. They're not ripping through that $40,000 a year.
Certainly the ones with $100,000 or $200,000 have to be kids with disabilities, right?
Or really big families.
So how in the world is this happening? How is this money not being spent? Okay.
Well, because like you said, you don't have to spend it.
But I got to send my kid to school.
Uh-huh.
And my kid it costs money to send my kid to school.
Uh-huh.
So imagine if you have this ESA account. And I want you to think of this like an HSA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or an FSA. Something, like your work-sponsored savings account of some sort.
Sure.
Okay. So your work is putting in our case, I think I signed up, we had a number of different plans we could sign up for. So I signed up for what I think the work, what did they put in there? The $1,500 or something, maybe it's $800. I can't remember what it was. Let's just say $1,500. Let's say $1,200 for the sake of rounding is $100 a month. I don't know what it is. So anyway, the company basically says we're going to put $1,200 into your health savings account that you can use on health products, right? Okay, boom. I can't use it for not health products, but if I don't use it, it stays in that account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's basically what's happening here. So we go, listen, ESA, how do I access my ESA account? Here it is. Great. So I want to send my kid to this school, and they gave me $40,000 because my kid has a disability. And yet to send my kid to this school is only $12,000 a year. So now there's still $28,000 in that account.
Yep.
Why? Because it didn't cost him $40,000 to go to school. It only cost $12,000. So why are we setting aside $40,000?
But wait, there's more. So nearly 10% of these accounts, which are considered inactive, have close to $50 million in them. You see that?
Of the $440 million.
Yeah. So
not any one account has $50 million. Okay.
State law lets families spend these leftover monies that are out there on college too. And there is so State Representative Nancy Gutierrez from Tucson says it's unfair. This voucher money is supposed to be, don't you presume that's how she says it too? She's ticked about it. It's unfair.
Yeah.
This voucher money is supposed to be used for the student that year. That's not happening, and it's infuriating.
Yes.
But they are allowed to stockpile it and apparently use it on college.
Okay. So wait. All right. Here's what I love about this, too. You know who's using the ESA? Remember, ESAs was like, kids that are in poor kids that are in tough school districts.
Wealthy families, for the most part, have been proven to use it a lot more than the poor kids.
Oh, no. It's a program so that the poor kids
it is not.
Can go to a better school because the public schools in the poor neighborhoods are not living up to the... No. And you know what's happening is the poor schools in the poor neighborhoods are getting poorer, and the poorer kids are getting even less education. And then the kids in the wealthier neighborhoods are going then to private school and getting an even better education. Of course, this is how it's panned out because it's how it was planned out. I got a solution to this, though.
Oh, I love a Merrill solution.
Thank you. I told you it's like an HSA, right? Where they put the money in, and then it's kind of like if you need Band-Aids, you got money for Band-Aids.
Yeah.
All right. But if you don't have it, it stays in the account. All right. Instead of doing ESAs that way, why shouldn't it be more like an insurance program? So that if I go to the doctor bills the insurance company, and the insurance company pays them what the bill is. Not if I go to the doctor, if I go get a physical and my doctor visit is $150, the doctor bills for $150, the doctor gets paid $150.
Well, doesn't the doctor bill for
Don't argue with me.
Yeah.
I know you want to argue minutiae. Don't do it.
I do.
So the doctor bills $150. The insurance company pays them $150.
Okay.
Instead, what we've done is we've said, okay, You're going to go to the doctor. The doctor's going to charge you $150. Here's $5,000.
Kind of.
Why are we doing that? If it costs $12,000 to go to the school and you cap it at $8,000, then the school gets $8,000 and you got to come up with the other $4,000. Done. If you're sending your kid to a charter school and the charter school cost is $6,000 and your ESA is $8,000, the charter school gets $6,000. There's $2,000 that rolls back into the system so that we're not taxing the taxpayer more.
I like exasperating you. There is more here, too. State Representative Nick Cupper from Surprise. I love how these state representatives who we've never heard of start to come out of the woodwork on some of these stories, too. Yeah. He said in a written statement, if there's around $440 million sitting in the accounts of the 85,000 students using ESAs, I would say it sounds like it's a popular program.
Of course it is, because you're giving them an extra $440 million.
He added, interestingly, there are mechanisms for getting unused ESA monies back when a kid leaves the program. But there aren't the same mechanisms to do that with public school money. Perhaps we should take a look at correcting that.
Oh, so his solution is, let's take more money away from public schools. I would like to ask Representative Nick Cupper. Nick, can you give me an example of taking money back from any of the kids that have had the voucher program? Do you know what he's going to say? No, because it has never happened. There are no examples. There may be a mechanism to do it, but do you know who's not going to do it? Nick Cupper and the other representatives.
Yeah, the state ESA director, John Ward, told 12 News the state has never recouped money from ESA accounts.
So take it back. Okay, recoup it. Get it. But instead, what Nick Cupper says, Representative Surprise, is why would we take that money back? It's very popular.
Because it's not being used.
Because they're putting it into an account to pay for their kid's college.
Or they forget about it and their kid doesn't go to college.
Then we can spend it on educational expenses like dune buggies in Disneyland. Which, of course, is what we've seen, that the entire program has been rife with fraud. It's either fraud or we're stockpiling the money in order to pay for my kid's college, which is not what we're supposed... Joe.
Chris.
Arizona College is not supposed to be paid for through my tax dollars.
But it can be.
Evidently it can. Yeah. Maybe we should just socialize higher education like the Republicans are calling for.
Well, State ESA director does say that they plan on looking at that 10% of the ESA accounts and figuring out a way to potentially recoup that $50 million that's inactive out there.
Plan and potential. Right. Well, and that's like when they planned to crack down the fraud and they potentially had a solution.
I used the word potentially, to be fair.
Okay. Well, they planned to crack down on the fraud, and then they decided not to. Mm-hmm. Instead, rolling back any fraud prevention that they had in place. While nearly $500 million of your tax dollars are going towards some wealthy kid's college fund, or your child in public school might have to go without even more this fall, not even because of this debacle. You're going to find out why the money just isn't there, even though the new budget from the state had them covered. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:16, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The White Sage Fire is currently burning near the Grand Canyon's north rim, and it has grown to 8,000 acres since it started Wednesday. Dolores Garcia with the Arizona Bureau of Land Management urges travelers who are heading up north this week to check the fire conditions before you leave.
We are working with county and local partners to make sure that we're getting the information out and to encourage the public to know before they go.
The fire is 0% contained right now as crews navigate the dry terrain, and areas like Jacob Lake are under evacuation orders right now. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the traffic for us now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck on I-10 at 16th Street, just west of the split. Look, this is usually slow at this hour, so you may or may not even care about this right now. Just be on the lookout because we're not sure actually if this accident that's been reported is on eastbound or westbound. So again, it's I-10 at 16th Street. Just use caution there. There's a wreck on I-10 east of 67th Avenue, slowing things down there. there. Scottsdale Road and Pinnacle Peak, there's a wreck there, and that's actually slowing down Scottsdale Road southbound pretty badly at the moment. And in Glendale, still that wreck just breaking this intersection, man. 67th Avenue and Bell Road, a little slow right now. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Should be right around 110 degrees for a high each day through the weekend into Monday before we back it off a little bit more midweek. Right now in Peoria, it is 110 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Happy Friday, and weren't credit cards invented to make buying stuff easier? Then why are so many places charging me extra if I use the credit card? I mean, it's almost enough to make a guy carry cash. Almost. We're digging into it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
You settled down over there?
No, I'm still frustrated. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I'm Chris. He's Joe.
Hello.
We've been talking about education and the ESAs, the vouchers, which have created a massive account of nearly $500 million, largely for affluent Arizona families. Because why would we want the poors to have access to that? And then what they do is they stockpile it. They're not even spending the ESA funds. They are being stockpiled. So rather than reimbursing, this is crazy. Think of the ESAs like your HSAs. Your health savings account, where your company is putting so much money in there and you can use that for expenses, health-related expenses. You can buy Tylenol with it, you can buy Band-Aids with it, you can pay for your physical with it, whatever it is. Go to the doctor, do your copay with your health savings account, right? Mm-hmm. And if you don't spend all the money, it's there for the next visit. Okay. So what they did is they set up the ESAs that were supposed to pay for tuition or things like educational materials for homeschool kids. What's happening is you got parents that are like, yeah, that's my account. I'm just going to leave the money in that account, and then that money can be used in the future for educational expenses, including college. So taxpayer dollars are going into an ESA. That money is not being spent, and then it's being used to pay for college. In other words, we are using taxpayer dollars to give money to kids who have money to go to Arizona colleges.
Oh, not just Arizona colleges.
How is this any different than socialized education? We're using taxpayer dollars to feed the colleges now. Mm-hmm. I thought college was supposed to be something we paid for, as in me, the student, or me, the parent, not me, the taxpayer, paying for all of your college. This sounds like a liberal plan to allow taxpayers to fund university. Am I wrong on that? I mean, this is something I've seen AOC propose, that we have college be free. College tuition is free, right? Well, free means taxpayers pay for it. That's basically what the Arizona GOP has done with the ESAs.
Yeah. So just to elaborate on your point a little bit there, state law says a student can use ESA funding for any community college, Arizona university, or private college.
Oh, of course, private colleges.
So, I mean, assuming I'm reading that right, that could be an out-of-state institution as well.
Something else happened that frustrates me that kind of feeds into this. I don't know if you saw that the Trump administration has frozen K-12 dollars to Arizona, about $118 million worth of public school funds.
Well, that's not a lot of money.
They're trying to fight the liberal agenda. That's what they said. There used to be a time you'd vote for somebody because you liked their policy better. Yeah. Now you vote for them so that they can screw somebody else over.
Yeah.
So the White House Budget Office spokesperson said that some of the funds have been grossly misused to subsidize a radical left-wing agenda.
In other states, to be clear, not here in Arizona, based on what we've seen so far.
No, I mean, this is why they're withholding $6 billion nationwide, including $118 million in Arizona. The reason is to fight the radical left-wing agenda.
So the examples I saw said New York public schools used English language funds to promote illegal immigrant advocacy organizations.
That's according to an unnamed spokesperson for the White House.
Correct. And then I also...
But one of the areas that we're being hit with is our English language classes.
So ELLs? English language learner stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. Yeah, and then I saw another unspecified case. School improvement funds were used to conduct a seminar on queer resistance in the arts.
So, right. But
not going on here, though.
Okay. But that's not happening here.
Right.
But still, they found $118 million worth of things
that they froze,
that they've decided are part of a radical left-wing agenda, including migrant education and English language instruction. Other funds were for things like after-school enrichment programs. Liberals. Arizona educators say the funding freeze is tying their hands during summer break, and it's drawing to a close. As summer break is drawing to a close. This is from the Republic. And could force them to cut back their services primarily for vulnerable kids. Another place that's been hit, the Boys and Girls Club.
Saw this.
Liberals.
Yeah.
Bunch of after-school programs. Or what about those programs that try to make sure kids have food? Now imagine that you're sitting around, all right? And we got to stop things like Head Start. We don't want kids having preschool, so let's put a stop to that. But imagine that you're sitting around, you're talking to your friends, and you're talking about this ESA situation where the $450 million is sitting in bank accounts for parents who are not spending it on their kids' education.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear a story about the public schools having $118 million cut, which includes things like after-school programs, food for children, this sort of stuff. I mean, you're going to come to the conclusion with your buddy sitting around at a bar or whatever it is, poker night or whatever, right? And you're going to go, we're short $118 million, but we have $440 million just sitting around. The math is there to math this out and make it work. Why can't we find that solution?
No, because we got to let the wealthy parents sit on that money to potentially send their kids to college down the road.
But because we can't take the money from the wealthy parents and then fund the radical left-wing agenda of Head Start.
And Boys and Girls Club. How dare you?
You want to do this one?
I do.
Okay, hit this one.
Honoring America's veterans and KTAR present Honor Our Heroes. Do you know a Valley veteran that you can honor with a once-in-a-lifetime experience? Text HONOR to 620-620. Nominate them to be one of 7 veteran Grand Marshals at the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade. It's November 11th. That's HONOR to 620-620.
Every relationship faces challenges, but few things are more difficult to overcome than infidelity. If you've ever been cheated on, you might wonder, why'd they do this to me? One expert has an explanation, and come to find out, it's not your fault or theirs. Who is the problem with infidelity? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
At a baby shower, 2 sisters fight over the baby's name. She said the name Audrey was outdated and wouldn't let it go.
When I was younger, I thought Audrey Hepburn was just the first name. I didn't know it was first and last.
You thought the name, it was one word, Audrey Hepburn.
Right, correct. Everybody said it very quickly. Audrey Hepburn. I'm like, wow, it's a long first name.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Significant cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits will be phased in beginning in 2028 following the passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says Republicans did that intentionally so they'd take effect after the midterm elections.
Kids will find it harder to get a school lunch. More people will have to rely on food pantries, food banks.
The Democrat explains about 300,000 Arizonans will also lose Medicaid coverage, which will strain health systems across the state, especially in rural areas. As a show of support, former State Department employees gathered today outside the agency's D.C. headquarters after formal layoff notices were sent to more than 1,100 civil service employees and nearly 250 foreign service officers with domestic assignments. That's according to internal department communication reviewed by ABC News. The former employees clapping for State Department workers as they exited the building today and condemning the job cuts.
Outraged by the way federal employees are being treated. In this particular case, it obviously undermines our standing in the world.
The White Sage Fire currently is burning near the Grand Canyon's North Rim, and it's grown to 8,000 acres. Dolores Garcia with the Arizona Bureau of Land Management says it's 0% contained as crews navigate dry terrain. She says it could get worse over the weekend, too. Areas like Jacob Lake are under evacuation orders currently, and the BLM urges weekend travelers to check the fire conditions. A son of top Mexican drug trafficking boss El Chapo has pleaded guilty to U.S. drug trafficking charges in Chicago.
Changing his plea from not guilty to guilty in a deal with federal prosecutors to drug trafficking, money laundering, and firearms charges, Ovidio Guzman Lopez. Prosecutors allege Ovidio, with his brother Joaquin, known as the Little Chapos, ran a faction of the Sinaloa cartel that exported fentanyl, heroin, meth, and cocaine to the U.S. He agreed to postpone sentencing to a later court date.
That's ABC's Chuck Sievertson. And And now, checking the roads, it's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got some thick traffic south of the Valley metro area. So as you're approaching the Sun Lakes area on I-10 northbound, that's going to be slow at Riggs. There's a crash in the median reported there. And again, that's I-10 westbound near Riggs Road. Now, if we go back up into the city of Phoenix on I-10 east of 67th Avenue, now this wreck is on the right shoulder, not technically in the way of traffic, but there's a bunch of emergency vehicles there. So this is in the middle. I mean, this is off the road, but between the exit and the right lane. So whether you're exiting or just trying to get through this area on I-10 eastbound, this one might be in your way. So this is a good place to try and get over to the left if you were driving through there right now. Traffic is brought to you by Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, the Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show, July 11th through 13th at State Farm Stadium with free parking. Info at mchomeshows.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, 90, and then through the weekend, right on into Monday, we should be around 110 each day for a high. And that's where we are at the moment, 110 at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news, got to check on traffic with Left Lane Larson. We touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Sadia Khan. Joe, are you familiar with Sadia Khan?
Nope.
Sadia Khan is a controversial relationship coach.
Oh.
And she's offered her take on why women cheat on men while they are in relationships.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Uh-huh.
The reason, it is the man's mother's fault.
Man's mother's fault.
Yeah.
Oh.
She said, they teach you, meaning the men, they teach you to be kind. They teach you to listen. They teach you not to talk back, not to answer back, never to question them. They train you into becoming this really good boy who's really obedient. And all of these things are desexualizing.
That's what my mom taught me?
Yep. Oh. All of these things are what moms want from boys, from their sons. But it's definitely not what women want from their partners.
Wait, hold on. So they want what? So they want somebody who will talk back?
They want someone who's more assertive in their relationships.
Aha.
She said, we like some protective jealousy. It shows the men care about you, so they won't worry about you.
That's definitely not true. Let me tell you.
So, Joe, if you had a buddy that came to you and wondered, Joe, my wife cheated. Why would she do this to me? What would you tell him?
Honestly, what would I say?
No, lie to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably aliens, man.
That's it. She's a lizard person.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a shapeshifter.
Okay, well, since you want the truth and not a
go ahead.
terrible lie, we treat each other poorly in this world. Men and women both do it. Now,
I kind of like saying, it's your mom's fault, dude.
No.
Your mother turned you into this sissy, and your woman doesn't want a sissy.
I don't think that's the truth, though.
That's what this relationship coach says.
Yeah, but you know what? Sadia Khan can shove it. That's what I think.
Wow.
Yeah, she'd like that, though. I'm being assertive.
Your mother would not like you talking that way to
No,
women.
my mom would.
She'd like you talking to women that way?
Sadia, yeah, probably.
Wow.
My mom and I would watch Beavis and Butthead together and have a good laugh. She approves.
I feel like that explains a lot.
Uh-huh.
Just unlocked another secret, Joe.
You want to write that one down, too?
Mom watching Beavis and Butthead together?
Right.
Yeah, that is.
Biodome, also, we watched that. And
No.
Drop Dead Fred, that was our favorite.
No, the Beavis and Butthead.
You watch a lot of movies. You ever watch Drop Dead Fred?
I
You should
think I
check it
saw
out
that
this
back in the
weekend.
90s, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
It's a real bizarre one.
What does the date say?
Today's the 11th. 7-11. How about that? Lucky day.
I think it's free Slurpees today, too.
I bet it is. Yeah, no, just people treat each other poorly all the time. Guys do it, women do it. Now, here's where it gets tricky, Chris. If that guy's already cheated on that woman, I think there's a lot of jealousy and resentment.
No, this is
in the
woman
world, too.
cheating on the guy.
Right, but has the guy already cheated on the woman?
Oh, so
I'm
you're saying it's his
too.
fault for cheating on her.
Sometimes it's payback. Sometimes it's, oh, you cheated on me? Well, guess what I'm going to do?
Well, what if he didn't?
Well,
like, I never even looked at another woman, and she still cheated on me.
Maybe she met some guy who just, did it for her. I don't know.
Wow.
Sometimes bad things happen.
So basically you're saying you're just not as good as the dude she cheated with.
No, I'm not. Sometimes bad things happen, man.
That's what I heard. Pablo, isn't that what he basically just said?
That's what I heard.
Pablo's really going to be the moral authority.
No, I'm not. I'm going to be a good friend. I'll be like, let's go to the steakhouse.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go chill out. Let's just get out of here.
Get a good porterhouse.
Clear your mind.
Where it's, nice and quiet. Little, nothing
You need to get back on the horse. Don't worry about her anymore.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
All
Back on the horse.
What if he's trying to work it out?
I'd slap him.
See, I told you. Pablo would be the moral authority on this
that.
one.
I like that.
Just write that down for Pablo. Pablo says
verbally.
Just slap him.
No, I like that you go, Pablo, man, she cheated on me, but I love her so much. And Pablo's like, yeah, I hear that. Why don't you just hold on here? What's the matter? Oh, come on. My audio's gone. Stupid computer.
This is amazing. I saw what you were doing over there. Like, there's nothing.
Yeah, I saw him setting it up.
Maybe you should try maybe just off with his head. I know that one works.
It's probably your
for
mom's
you.
fault, Chris.
No.
Yeah, your mom probably deleted that. Oh.
That's better. No, you know what the problem is? It's a short sound clip, and our computer
Only
has
goes
to
have 2 seconds or more.
Right, it has to be long enough.
Yeah.
Right. I tell the boss
Okay.
this audio system stinks, and she goes,
"Oh, Chris.
I love it."
Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yeah, it's you, not the audio system.
Right. Go ahead there.
Okay, Chris, a leopard dog and her 9 puppies are still searching for their forever home after they were abandoned in extreme temperatures and later rescued by the Arizona Humane Society in May.
9 puppies. Huh?
Yeah, I posted a picture of the leopard dog for you to take a look at. So take a gander at the leopard dog there. So a rescue team with the Arizona Humane Society found the 5-year-old American Pit Bull Terrier named Rainbow Bright.
This doesn't look like a pit. This looks like a total mix pound puppy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Tied to a fence on a 133-degree pavement. No access to water back on May 29th.
Oh, my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
This is why we have the death penalty for people.
Yeah, their field team investigated, found Rainbow Bright, bunch of puppies, were also heat distressed. So here's what really gets me,
those
though.
puppies survived.
So this dog has clearly been painted with like spots, right?
I don't know. It looks like it's got a bunch of like fake mustaches all over it. If I could describe what you're saying is paint,
It looks
does
like a leopard's spots.
Okay, yeah.
So is this a thing? Why would someone paint their beautiful dog? I saw this once at the Aria when I was on vacation, and I was so upset at the people that did it. They did it to like their 2 poodles.
Did they do it with like this? Because I've seen people like dye their poodles blue or something.
No, I think they're
green for St. Patrick's Day.
They probably had unused ESA money, and they
just dyed the dog.
They spent a bunch of money to dye the dog.
Yeah.
2 dogs technically, and this one looks like it had a poor dye job done to it. Like, why are we trying to turn our dogs into big cats?
I'm wondering. Okay, so the dog was found tied to a fence. Is this a homeless person's dog?
But where would a homeless person get the paint?
Dude, don't question where homeless people get things. I don't have any idea.
I just feel bad for the dog.
I feel terrible for the dog. I mean, not because somebody painted the dog.
Well, the pavement is really why I feel bad for the dog.
Chained to having 9 puppies hanging off her little puppy nipples while she's chained to a fence in 110-degree heat. And the pavement was 133. The pavement was 133.
Yeah, imagine if I take your
paws.
shoes off and tell you to go walk around outside.
No, I would not like that.
You'd probably slap me.
I would. I would slap you, but I wouldn't have the sound effect for it. Oh, yes, I would.
Oh, maybe you just off with my head.
I would. Exactly. Oh, now you're going to make me come up with that one.
Oh, man. I'm going to make you do work over there.
You like that one.
I'm going to make you kill me in a nuclear fallout.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to see how many sounds you got over there. Can you blow me up?
Yeah, I think I can, yeah. Stop it. I don't know why anybody would do this to them. I don't know why anybody would treat any... if the dog has been painted, that is the least of my concerns with this dog. It's the treatment that the dog was living on the street, had 9 puppies. Obviously, the dog has not been spayed or neutered, or I guess it would be spayed in this case. And now what's going to happen to those puppies is I'm surprised the puppies survived. I'm just glad the Humane Society got it. This is a beautiful dog.
You going to adopt a puppy, Chris?
I kind of want, every time I see one of these stories, I want to. Pablo?
Those are nice puppies. They're going to be strong puppies.
You
too.
going to adopt one, too?
Even though they probably don't remember what they went through. I mean,
what if we all adopted a puppy?
No, I'm not adopting one. Don't
Why?
put me in there.
You were a dog owner. I've been a dog owner. Chris has been a dog owner. Why can't we all adopt a puppy?
I have a swimming pool. I don't have a fence around it.
Smart.
Dogs can swim way better than I can.
Well, we're not adopting you either.
You'd let me over to your house, though, and I could fall right in.
We should paint him, though.
Let's paint him in
no,
time.
You are not painting me.
Let's see how many dogs we can get to hang from his nipples.
No.
What a great idea.
Yeah, little Geppetto.
I like where this is going.
Sound effect to play? What's wrong with you?
No. Hey, if you're part of the 50% of Americans who do this, it might be time to rethink your job or take a hard look at your work-life balance. The guilt your job is happy to saddle you with. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Let's talk about Good Feet. I don't do any caffeine or energy drinks, but I do have Good Feet. You just going to hit sound effects over there? Is that what you're doing?
Run, Forrest! Run away! Hurry!
Oh, gosh. That one got me for a second. I do wear my Good Feet personalized arch supports. I get a bunch of miles in every single day. Little hot out right now. I've tapered back on the running just a skosh, but when the sun goes down, my shoes go on, and I am off to the races. 3 to 5 miles most days now, as opposed to the 10 to 15 I do when it's not 115 in America's oven. Good Feet personalized arch supports aren't just for runners, though. They're for everyone who's dealt with any kind of ankle, leg, foot, knee, or back pain. They've improved my balance and stability, and they can bring you significant pain relief in as little as 4 weeks. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at any of the 5 Valley Good Feet stores. They've got them in Glendale, Goodyear, Gilbert, Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, or walk in. Do it right now. One of the best things about the Good Feet store, you can try their personalized arch supports before you buy them, and they're proudly made in the USA. Fuel your summer fun one comfortable step at a time thanks to Good Feet. Whether you're taking a walk on the beach, a stroll around the cabin, or maybe you're looking to get in some really hot miles just like I do running around. Wherever summer takes you, step there in comfort with the Good Feet store. Good feet, good life.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight focuses on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their support for Phoenix Children's. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is coming up in August, and over their 16-year association with Give-a-thon, your Valley Hyundai dealers have donated more than $1 million to Phoenix Children's. KTAR News is proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on your Valley Hyundai dealers and their tradition of giving to Phoenix Children's.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 347, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. You might not think your water bottle could be a big physical danger to you, but Walmart is recalling about 850,000 water bottles over a danger that's made 2 people blind.
Black lids of the silver stainless steel water bottles can blow off, forcefully eject, is how the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission describes it, and can hit users in the face. There are 3 reports so far, with 2 people suffering permanent vision loss. The recall covers Walmart's Ozark Trail 64-ounce stainless steel insulated water bottles, sold at the chain store since 2017. Regulators say contact Walmart for a full refund, and you can also take the bottles to the store to get your money back.
That's ABC's Chuck Siebertson. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for us now. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
The slowest spot I can see for you right now, Becky Lynn, is I-10 northbound at Riggs. So if you're heading back up into West Chandler right now, you're going to have a bit of a wait. And the other slowest spot in the valley right now, we're going to have to go to Tolleson for this one. Eastbound I-10, just slow from where the 10 meets the 101 all the way to the 202, all the way past that. If you're still going, the stack and the mini stack is where it's going to finally calm down for you a little bit. And the split also slow right now. Check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to me. It's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it is the richest organic olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate truffles straight out of France. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price with Natural Grocers brand products. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
How much money do we spend on Prime Days? We'll talk to Kristen Bentz about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. Joining us in the studio is Bruce the Great from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. As always, good to have you in the studio.
Great to be here today, kids.
The big show coming up here, starting at 4 o'clock. Your 4 o'clock Friday free-for-all.
Basically, yes. Heck, we've got one foot out the door like everybody else. Come on.
I'm there.
It's a little hot to be working, isn't it?
Yeah. I was seeing that Pew did a study that says that half of Americans don't take vacation days. Don't take all of them that they've been allotted. Yeah. In fact, some feel like they're being discouraged. I happened to see in a study that said that the U.S. is the only advanced economy that doesn't legally mandate a minimum number of vacation days. The only other countries that don't have mandates are what we would have referred to in the first administration as S-hole countries.
Bleep-hole countries.
Yeah. On top of that, only a handful of states require workers to be compensated for any unused vacation days. Do you ever feel guilty when you take time off? Or
I don't, but I think I had to grow into it, I think. And at some point you don't, hopefully you guys start figuring out, not you, but those of you out there, If you've earned them, use them. Full stop, period. Now, I will tell you, I think there's a lot of people out there, and I know some of them, who are maybe unsure in their job and think taking a vacation kind of gets them used to you not being around.
Yeah.
And I think that's what weighs over their head.
That's the old radio adage, right? Never take more than a week.
Oh, is that a radio adage?
Yeah. I don't know how Gatos leaves and then still has a job when he comes back.
It's amazing.
I mean, I've heard
because the place
show.
ran so much better without him, right?
I'm saying,
he's clearly got gossip.
I mean,
on people.
He's like, I'm taking a trip overseas, and I'm like, not a great dude, not a great idea there, bud.
What are they gonna do? Fire me? I own the place.
Right? Yeah, unbelievable. Hey, you got one foot out the door, but what's that other foot working on?
Got a couple of things coming on. Have you heard about this now? Frontier Airlines is now encouraging tips for flight attendants.
Is that so
flight
they don't have to pay
attendants
them?
can accept tips. And I am outraged.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought this up because I have only recently begun flying. This is going to sound really elitist, but I'm using miles. I've only recently begun flying first class. And I like it because I'm tall and I get the free food and I always have to carry radio equipment with me. And since I got to pay for bags anyway, I kind of rationalize it that, well, I'm paying for extra baggage. At least when I fly first class, my bags fly free. It's basically offsetting the cost. But the flight attendants are so great and they bring the hot towel out, and they get drinks. And I always feel like I should be tipping them, but I never do.
Well, other airlines, they're verboten from taking tips.
Is that true?
Yeah, they can't take cash, certainly. But Frontier is now giving you the tip. But again, Frontier makes you pay for that bottle of water.
That's true.
Frontier makes you pay for that can of Coke. So now they want you to tip on top of it.
If you're the flight attendant, though, do you kind of like that now that we've gotten rid of taxes on tips?
Is that what you think the onus is? Well, hold on. Shouldn't we be tipping the pilot? That's the guy making sure you're getting there safe. When you get on the plane, like, hey, here's a $5. Let's make sure we land in Wichita, buddy.
I don't think you're too far off. I think there's going to be a lot of places that are like, listen, the cost of your plumbing is going to be $50 for the visit, but the gratis, we expect another $120 on top of that.
If I don't tip the flight attendant and we are forced to use the emergency exits at the front, back, and over the wings, are they going to think less of me? Like, well, he didn't even tip us. Get out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to help him get off the plane.
You're back of the line.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear how this story plays out starting at 4 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos coming your way next. Joe Heising, anything to add?
Where's my tip to say nope?
All right. Back again on Monday, 2 o'clock, Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. You hear all those ads about somebody who's willing to give you cash for your home, and they go, no repairs, no cleaning, blah, blah, blah. But you know what they really do? They turn around, they sell your house for way more than what they give you. I should know, because I did it. The better way to get cash for your home and still get top dollar is Orchard. So like you, I wanted the convenience. I wanted the flexibility of one of those iBuyers, the upfront cash offer. What I didn't want to see was somebody else come in, slap on a coat of paint and a new carpet in the living room, and then they made $50,000 more than I got on the home. This is a true story. This is what happened to me. I felt like I should have gotten some of that extra profit. You should too. And so does Orchard. They think so as well. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that's what happens. You get cash up front. No repairs, no cleanings. You can make your move. And then a local Orchard agent takes care of that paint, that carpet, fixing the roof, whatever else, to sell your home. And then when they get more money for it, which they usually do, you get another check. That just makes sense. So find out how much your home is worth today with a free, no-obligation home valuation. Go to Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com. No more seller's remorse when you go to Orchard.com today.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show. This weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
At a baby shower, two sisters fight over the baby's name. She said the name Audrey was outdated and wouldn't let it go.
When I was younger, I thought Audrey Hepburn was just the first name. I didn't know it was first and last.
You thought the name was one word, Audrey Hepburn.
Right, correct. Everybody said it very quickly. Audrey Hepburn. I'm like, wow, that's a long first name.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone's well-fed and happy. Grad party? Office celebration? Family reunion? Invite Venencia's to the table. Text catering to 411-24/7. That's catering to 411-247 or Venencias.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4:01. I'm Becky Lynn. As the White Sage Fire burns north of the Grand Canyon, we have an update now from the Arizona Bureau of Land Management, and KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with that.
Yeah, Becky, Arizona BLM and other agencies currently fighting that fire using a variety of tools.
From helicopters to air tankers to assist the firefighters on the ground and to help slow the fire as much as we can.
That's Dolores Garcia with BLM. She says as of today, the fire is more than 8,000 acres strong and not contained at all, adding crews are struggling with dry and windy conditions.
We have the potential for increase in acreage through the weekend as long as we continue to see these dry conditions and these gusty, windy conditions somewhat associated with some changing weather fronts in the area.
And she says weekend travelers should avoid the north rim of the Grand Canyon. Live in News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A death blamed on plague has been reported in Arizona. Health officials in Coconino County say the patient had been suffering from pneumonic plague, a severe lung infection. This illness typically is spread to humans through bites from infected fleas or contact with an infected animal. Now, on average, the CDC says the U.S. sees 7 human plague cases per year. and the risk to the public remains low. President Trump and the First Lady visiting Kerrville, Texas this afternoon in the wake of deadly flooding in the state. At the site of the disaster, the president saying his administration has fixed FEMA since he took office.
FEMA has deployed multiple emergency response units, and FEMA has been really headed by some very good people. We have some good people running FEMA. It's about time.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Trump expressing their deepest sympathy to all the parents who lost children and everyone in the community who lost loved ones.
We are grieving with you. Our nation is grieving with you.
The emergency response to the Texas flooding has Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton concerned over how the federal government will help Arizona handle its own yearly natural disaster, that being heat. He says the administration's avoiding responsibility for weather-related emergencies.
It's tragically ironic because the entire point of the federal emergency management system is to help out local communities and states when an emergency goes beyond their capacity.
More than 600 people died in Maricopa County last year from the heat, and Stanton adds cuts to planning and relief programs will have devastating impacts. Now, on that same topic of heat, eligible Phoenix residents can receive 2 free trees to plant in your front yard in an effort to create more shade throughout the city. Marion Cenas with the Office of Heat Response and Mitigation says you can pick from a variety of desert-adapted trees.
And then we also provide this goodie bag full of maintenance materials such as a 100-foot hose, a soil moisture meter, a watering timer.
She adds they even have contractors who will plant the trees for you starting in October. Just go to phoenix.gov/shade and you can see if you're eligible and you can apply. Checking on the roads now. Getting you home on this Friday afternoon, Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We're sure going to try to get folks home this afternoon. So about the worst place to be right now in Valley traffic is going to be south of the Valley on the 10. And here's the thing. There's actually a pair of accidents that have occurred here. So it doesn't matter whether you're going eastbound or westbound on the 10, whether you're trying to leave the city or approach the city. This is going to be slow for you because there was a crash on the right shoulder of the 10 eastbound near Wild Horse Pass, and there's also one out westbound near Riggs Roads. And there's another spot of slowing too. And I don't know if there's an accident here. This may be unrelated, but your westbound 10 around Casablanca Road, that is also slow right now. And then we've got the 60 eastbound at Dobson. There's an accident on the right shoulder. It's also a little bit in the right lane due to an emergency crew there. And then in the city of Phoenix, on the surface streets, we've got 16th Street and Coulter. That's a slow intersection due to a wreck right now. Traffic is brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
90 overnight for our low, and then 110 right through the weekend. Through Monday should be our high. It's 109 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Oh, a lot of people call it the best of the hours.
Oh, man. Well, we got 3 hours and then we're out of here. We got a weekend.
Okay.
I'm going into a bubble, by the way, as
You're going to a
I'm
what?
going into a bubble tonight. Literally, because I don't want anybody to spoil Superman for me.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, you're going to, like, I was thinking the boy in the bubble for some reason. I go, you're going into like a hyperbaric chamber? What are you doing?
I haven't been on social media because Superman opens today. I haven't been on
the
social
movie
media.
Superman, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to look at anything. I don't want to be spoiled.
Do you not know how it ends?
I swear, if you spoil that for me.
No, I haven't seen it, but I already know how it ends.
I will kick you in the teeth.
Okay.
You have tickets, though, right?
I got tickets.
When are you going?
I'm going Sunday.
Sunday.
So I'm not talking. My phone is off.
You're in like a cone of silence.
I'm not talking to anybody. You can't text me. You can't reach me.
Don't text me.
If you want to say hello and you ring my doorbell, you're going to be waiting a long time. I don't want to talk to anybody. Because in this day and age, everything gets spoiled.
Yes.
So I'm going to try my best to talk to 0 people over the next 2 days. So and not look at a single TV, not look at a commercial, not look at nothing
Staying
online.
offline. No, yeah.
We got the televisions here and the radio. They're off. I don't want to see anything. Don't ruin it for me.
All right.
If it's ruined,
hell to pay.
Hell to pay.
It's now a thing. Boy, we continue to go back and forth around the national anthem sung before or performed before sporting events.
This isn't like a Kaepernick thing we're going to start talking about today, is it?
No, but it's a different controversy.
Okay,
all right. Okay. So this one apparently happened at a Baltimore Orioles game. There they are at Camden Yards.
All right.
In Baltimore. And
they still play baseball there.
Allegedly they do. They're horrible, but they still play. And you know, places are always looking for new people to do it and different folks and whatever. And so the Orioles invited a guy.
Okay.
And he did his version. And it's causing outrage, Gatos.
Yeah. People have labeled it a disgrace to America.
A disgrace to America.
All right. So obviously I've been offline. I haven't heard it yet.
Oh.
I'm in a bubble, man. You can't reach me.
Okay. So then you need to hear this.
Everything we're talking about today, brand new to me.
Brand new to you. First time you've ever heard of this.
All right. So here is the Orioles, the guy. His name is Dan Deacon. Did you already say that? Did I not listen?
I didn't say his name. This happened yesterday during the game before, doubleheader before the Mets.
How bad could it be?
Okay.
All right. Let's take a listen. All right. Here's Dan
By the way,
Deacon.
he is a Baltimore-based musician. And he makes electronic music and technology to create a sound.
That's weird. Okay, here we go.
You'll hear it.
All right. I don't get it.
What don't you get?
I don't understand what's going on. That can't be a voice.
Okay, it's called auto-tune.
It's an electronic voice.
It's called auto-tune.
Is it his voice at all?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he lip-syncing it?
No.
He's singing it live into a computer?
Basically, yes.
And then the computer...
It's called auto-tune, and it automatically changes the pitch of your voice. T-Pain has had an entire career singing auto-tune.
Oh, starting in, the early 2000s? It was like
everything was auto-tune.
I don't think T-Pain has ever gotten
Cher.
a shout-out.
Remember Cher,
yeah.
Believe in Love? Do you believe in love? That's all auto-tune.
That's a terrible song.
Okay,
It's a great
so far, I'm not outraged.
I'm not outraged at it.
A lot of feedback right there.
That's not feedback.
It's not feedback?
That's not feedback. It's called auto-tune.
What else? Is it it's reverb or something like that?
It's built into, he's singing it. It's like a vocoder.
I don't like
oh, my God.
It's a treatment for the vocal.
It's a treatment for his voice. Keep going because it builds. He starts adding voices to it. The look on your face. I hope you're watching on YouTube. He's singing.
Well, he's got to kind of hit the high note here.
Well, let's hear him hit it.
Well,
You
just
stopped it.
because I control the audio on this
I
show,
know, and
and
you're
I can stop it whenever I want.
Play the
What is that?
song.
I'm outraged.
Now I'm outraged.
So he's overdubbing his voice.
I don't like
He
it.
dropped it an octave, too.
This is terrible. Oh. Enough. I mean,
Play the end of it.
boy, are you bossy today? Both of you guys are bossy. You know
It's
what?
Friday.
It's Friday. Neither of you are the boss of me. You may rewind it a little bit
Is this an
more.
outrage?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is this what people are outraged over these days?
Here we go. I mean, I think it sounds like he's making a mockery of it.
I don't think he is in the
I
slightest.
don't think he knows that he's making a mockery of it.
Play the end of it. Play the end.
I don't have to play anything
Please
if I
play
don't
the
want
end.
to.
Please.
You like that part.
You want me to keep going?
I think it's kind of cool.
I liked it.
I like it.
Are you sure?
I do too.
Are you sure he's not AI? Is he not real?
No,
is
it's real.
Is that real?
It's a real guy singing it. He was standing right there at the pitcher's
Just a
mound.
treatment on his voice.
It's
and
his version.
And it's what he's known for,
And
right?
yes, that's his style of music. I would argue.
Who thought this was a good idea?
I would argue that the best national anthems are ones when people have their own version, their own style. And I think one of the best ones of all time was this one. 1983.
Can you see by the dawn?
That is Marvin Gaye at the NBA All-Star Game in 1983. And guess what? People were outraged at the time, and now people look back and go, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I think he's butchering it.
So does everybody have to do it exactly the same way? Is that the idea? That's horse hockey.
You know, when Whitney Houston sang it, which everybody always says is the greatest of all time, she changed the time signature on it.
She also lip-synced it.
Yeah, I don't like lip sync.
I think that is my version of the greatest national anthem of all time. Marvin Gaye at the 1983 All-Star Game. I think that is fantastic because it is the song. It has the meaning of the song, but it's done through the artist's heart. It's through their version. Because again, if everybody wants to do it like Whitney Houston, well, then don't have anybody sing the national anthem. Just play her lip-synced version, and then everybody can go, that's the only way you can sing the song.
I think the Orioles one was weird. I didn't like it. A lot of people say he was disgracing the national anthem. I don't think he was going out there trying to
Roseanne
do
Barr
that.
disgraced the national anthem.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay?
Absolutely.
Roseanne Barr disgraced the national
From the
anthem.
beginning to the end. Yes,
People are
she
always
made a mockery
wanting
of
to
it.
do something completely new and out of the box, and I like that idea. But when it's not good, keep it in the box.
I like it. I think it's a pretty cool
the guy was
version.
very
I'm on Dan's side on this one. I liked
good.
it.
Who's Dan?
Dan Deacon.
Oh, okay. You're on that,
He is
guys.
in the bubble. He's not. Yeah, I liked it. I thought he did a great job.
Did he get booed? I think
No.
so. I heard a couple people boo.
No, they went, oh, when they do the O part. You know, that's part of their, when they do the O, they do the O because
I don't get it.
Orioles.
Oh.
You really need to get out more often. I swear, there's a whole world out here.
You know what? If you do that, that's disgracing the national
That's
anthem.
when the Orioles go, oh!
If you're an Orioles fan and you put your own spin on it, I don't like that. That's a disgrace.
Okay, well, yeah, the Orioles.
You know, the
they're on
anthem
the list.
actually originates in Baltimore, as I'm reading here.
I didn't know that.
And it was
came
written
from
by a local lawyer and poet.
Oh, there you have it.
During the Battle of Baltimore, 1812.
No, I think we all remember that.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
That, as you said, that sounds like horse hockey.
I don't think it just. I know. I think it's boring when people do the exact same song over and over again. I think that's boring. Been there, done that. Just hit play on the CD if that's what you're going to do.
All right,
Save us the thing.
There were like 19 voices going all at once, and it was one guy, and there was
One guy. It's called auto-tune.
He had a hole in his face, and
Can
the
we
stuff
play
was coming out of his mouth.
We need to play him some T-Pain on the show today, okay? You're on top of it, all right, Jules?
I don't like T-Pain.
We're going to have a little T-Pizzle on the show, and you can hear some auto-tune. Coming up next, checking the headlines, and then does a Phoenix dad get a pass after his 2-year-old shot himself in the arm? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's check out your AC. All right, we've got the AC going right here, KTAR. How about yours at home? Is your AC barely hanging on? You got to watch and look for these signs. All right, do you have a sky-high energy bill? Means your AC is not running efficiently. You need to call Howard Air and Plumbing. Is your AC constantly turning on and off? You need to call Howard Air and Plumbing. How about weak or no airflow from the vents? Yeah. Like, you're cooking in there. My goodness, your house is an oven. You've got to do something. Listen, don't wait. It's not too late to get your AC tuned up today with Howard Air and Plumbing. A simple tune-up can save you hundreds of dollars on your energy bill. It can extend the life of your unit. It'll keep your home cool when it matters the most, and that's right this second. Summer heat puts a serious strain on your AC system. You've got to call my friends at Howard Air and Plumbing. 602-953-2766. Again, Howard Air and Plumbing.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits in history. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly gathered with stakeholders in Phoenix to talk about the impacts. Democrats say it will hurt free school lunches and force more to rely on food banks. Kelly adds about 300,000 Arizonans will lose access coverage, which will strain health systems all across the state. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Right now, we're going to check on traffic for you. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got reports of a wreck at eastbound 10 at 67th Avenue. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, no, she just said this an hour ago. This is a new one. This is another one that's slowing down the... Look, eastbound and westbound 10 are both slow right now, but the biggest spot of slowing is going to be between 67th Avenue and 59th Avenue, and I'm talking eastbound right there. And we've also got 60 eastbound at Dobson. That wreck is on the right shoulder. The lane is clear, but it's still there on the right shoulder, which means it's not cleared yet. So crews could come back in and out of traffic on that one. And then there's that crash that's leading into the Valley metro area. So if you're heading north, this is really the westbound 10, but if you're heading into the south side of the city, like West Chandler right now, the 10, west and eastbound, both are slow due to earlier wrecks. And there's also a slow spot on the 10 eastbound at Casablanca Road. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons. AC, Plumbing, and Electrical celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. So, we had the story yesterday, Gatos, of now we know, we heard before it was just a toddler, a 2-year-old boy who shot himself accidentally in the arm. Let's get out by saying non-life-threatening injuries. The child is going to survive, thankfully.
Thank God.
The way and the reason that this happened is because dad left a loaded firearm sitting on a chair in the house.
Yeah, he's a bad father. He can. If I met this guy today, he can sit there and tell me how much he loves his kid. And I would say, okay, so you don't think putting a loaded gun right on the side of a couch and you going and, watching YouTube for a couple hours and forgetting it's there is going to make me think you're a good dad? Like, if you take your gun out, what did he say? He took his gun out to clean?
According to court documents.
Okay.
He, the dad in this, said he was planning to clean the gun.
Planning.
He set it on the armrest of the couch.
While the kid was walking around.
The little 2-year-old is milling around the house.
That's a good time. Good time to clean your
gun.
gun.
He then said he became distracted by watching online videos.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, Bruce. We know, right?
He said he saw the boy go into the living room, but then go back to his bedroom and didn't realize that he had taken the gun with him.
Yeah.
Then they heard a loud bang and saw the boy bleeding from his arm.
Why didn't he just give his little boy the gun and then put him outside by the pool?
Yeah.
Why don't you do that?
Are you ready for, but wait, there's more?
Of course.
According to Mom.
Let me guess. I'm just going to guess.
Okay.
This has happened before.
Not the first time.
Of course not.
She said she told investigators that he has left the gun in the home before, and she had told him to keep them locked up.
Man, oh man. Okay, so let me liken this to another story that we talked about, and I believe it was last summer. Do you remember the dope, the father, so-called father, who left his daughter in a hot car?
Down in Tucson or Marana. Area, yeah.
And purposely left her in the car.
Said she was sleeping and didn't want to wake her up.
Well, he wanted to play video games.
And he wanted to play video games.
Right. Was that the first time that he did that?
Mom told investigators there that it had happened before.
Right. So you've got a dad in Marana who decides, I'm going to leave my kid in a hot car middle of summer, not once, and it certainly probably wasn't twice. Okay.
Fair.
She's dead.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
the only reason this child's alive is luck.
Luck.
Right?
Right.
I mean, luck.
But it's like, how many times do you give somebody I guess, what is it? An opportunity to be a parent. Like, go back to the Miranda story. If that guy kept leaving his daughter in a hot car, I'm sorry, you've got to leave him and you've got to take your daughter because your daughter will be dead. Now, let's go to this story. Phoenix, Arizona. Something named Oscar, okay? Booked on one felony count of child abuse. Okay, Mom, you're not going to give him another chance, right? Like, when he gets out, you going to invite him back in? Why don't you put the gun in your kid's mouth? It's the same thing. Like, you can't let him back in. You can't let him back in.
Past performance is indicative of future results. Leopards don't change your spots. Whatever analogy you want to use.
I'll talk to Mom. How many times are you going to give Dad an opportunity to kill the child?
Yeah, this is life and death at this point.
Yeah, I mean, how many opportunities? Oh, well, he's changed. Well, then you might have a dead kid.
Right up until the next time he does it.
Right, you might have a dead kid.
Yeah. Absolutely terrifying. And
crazy.
I can't imagine. And just the idea of a 2-year-old with a gunshot wound in and of itself.
It's ridiculous.
And let's keep in mind, it's a tiny little body. And that child is lucky to be alive if a bullet passed through their arm.
But again, Oscar was looking at some great videos.
Yeah. No, I hear you. We have a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that for us today. And then coming up, next time you get on a plane, make sure you bring some tip money. We'll tell you why. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News.
The Salvation Army is opening 10 heat relief stations across the valley as temperatures are staying in the 110s throughout the week. The stations are open 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. today through Thursday. In addition, after this Thursday, they'll be open any day in September that has an extreme heat warning that's been issued by the National Weather Service.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, so a little bit of a remodel on the Gatos home. My wife and I decided it was time to, upgrade some stuff. One of the things we're going to do is paint. Well, I'm not going to do it. Neither is she. We've hired, once again, the Arizona Painting Company. And so they're painting everything in the house, okay? When I talk about everything, ceilings, baseboards, closets, walls. I mean, they're going to paint some cabinets. They do a great job there as well. I want you to hire the Arizona Painting Company. They're probably 2-3 weeks away from coming in. And we want a different look inside of the house, and that means a different paint color than what is currently on the walls. There's only one place to go. There's only one place you should go. The best painting company in town, it is the Arizona Painting Company. Let me do this. Let me send you a discount. Get your home painted this summer. Outside, inside, one or the other, both. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I'll send you a discount from the Arizona Painting Company.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. LifeSource, taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Mike Broomhead.
A girl that I'm still friends with, no idea she was listening. She goes, "Oh, you had game, huh?" And then she laughed. I'm going to read this in real time. I was feeling bad for you when they said you used to be handsome, but then you started talking about having game, and I started to crack up.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
And Team Bravo, back
Backyard recon complete. And command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
Indoors, air-conditioned, and free parking. The Maricopa County Home and Landscape Show is back this weekend only at State Farm Stadium. Shop, compare, and save big on pools, landscaping, flooring, countertops, artificial turf, kitchen and bath remodeling, painting, decor, and so much more. From total remodels to ideas, inspiration, and education. The home show has it all. Don't drive all over town. Find everything you need all under one roof. This weekend only at State Farm Stadium with free parking.
Honoring America's veterans and KTAR present Honor Our Heroes. Do you know a Valley veteran you can honor with a once-in-a-lifetime experience to recognize their service to our country? Text HONOR to 620-620 and nominate them to be one of 7 Grand Marshals at the Phoenix Veterans Day Parade November 11th. Text HONOR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Republican spending measure includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits in history, the bulk of which will take effect in 2028. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live in the News Center this afternoon with its impacts on Arizona.
Stakeholders gathered in Phoenix to talk about the new law's impacts. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly explains they have similar work requirements for Medicaid in Georgia, and it didn't result in more people working, rather more people losing coverage.
This isn't making it more efficient. Providing these work requirements, if you go to other states that have these type of work requirements, this is about making it hard for people to stay on Medicaid, people who are sick.
He adds, of the roughly 2 million Arizonans who rely on Medicaid, about 300,000 will lose coverage, which will strain rural hospital systems, forcing some to close. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
An Arizona man has been sentenced for defrauding a federal housing program.
An Arizona man was sentenced this week to 18 months of supervised probation and ordered to pay over $13,000 in restitution for defrauding a HUD housing assistance program. From 2019 to 2020, the man falsely claimed unemployment and minimal income, hiding nearly $60,000 in earnings. Attorney General Chris Mays said in a statement that fraud like this undermines vital support for vulnerable families. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
Speaking of fraud, summertime is prime time for moving in Arizona, even with the extreme heat, but it also means scammers are out and looking to take advantage of you.
Anybody who's moved knows how emotional it could be, and they can play on that, and maybe we don't take the time to actually check out a mover the way we should.
Joe Ducey with the Better Business Bureau says says it's crucial that you do your research on potential movers.
Like with most any situation, it's hard to get money back once it's gone. It's best to hire somebody in the beginning who's going to do the job right.
Still, if you are the victim of a scam, report it at the Arizona Attorney General's website. Let's check the road home this afternoon with Heather Larson. She is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A whole mess on the I-10. So if you have to go this way, and when I say this way, I mean east or westbound I-10, the Maricopa Freeway, south of the Valley Metro, it's really slow from the 202 to Queen Creek. It's also slow past that down to Riggs, and we're talking east and westbound. So that's one problem right now that's not usually this slow, but the other parts of your Friday traffic are your usual slow spots, like the split and the mini stack. The stack looks good at the moment. And there's a weird little spot of slowing because there's a second wreck this afternoon at I-10 eastbound at 67th Avenue. This is just a tight little area right now. It is starting to clear up just ever so slightly, so there's a little hope on the horizon for the I-10 right now. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
110 degrees all through the weekend, right on into Monday. We should cool off a little bit mid next week and maybe see some rain. In Scottsdale, currently it's 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
How much money do we spend on Prime Days? We'll talk to Kristen Bentz about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
That little Frankie goes to Hollywood on your Friday. Figure that out, all right? Hey, are you flying somewhere this weekend? Do you still got maybe some summer travel plans coming up? Will you be getting on an airplane? Well, if so, at least one airline hopes you bring a little tip money with you. Are you kidding me? That's right. Frontier Airlines. Have anybody flown Frontier? I've never flown Frontier.
Please.
You never?
Are you kidding me?
No, hold on.
Oh, Julia.
Super producer Julia. Julia, why on God's green earth did you get on? Okay, where did you fly from?
Oh, I'm flying tomorrow for the first time.
On Frontier Airlines?
Yeah.
Yeah, your flight's not taking off.
Oh.
Well, it's been nice knowing you.
You have to bring any luggage, or they charge you $1,000 for that?
Well, I made sure to pay extra for a carry-on bag.
Oh, you got to pay extra for a carry-on. That's the kind of airline I want.
Well, I want you to get ready for this, Julie, because I don't know if you've flown on other airlines, right? Yeah. Frontier charges you for everything.
Oh, I noticed. You
want to go to the bathroom? You're going to have to fork over some money.
No, you don't.
Want to pick a seat? You want a drink? I'll just have a water. Great, that's $4. Whatever. There's nothing free on this plane.
Not even a cup of water?
No.
Wow. And don't drink the water on a plane.
You would not want to drink the water anyway. Now, Frontier Airlines has added the tipping option on the payment screen because you have to pay for everything on the plane, and they now want you to tip the minimum tip. They give you the option, 18%. Ha! So they're going to make me buy a bottle of water where every other airline gives me a bottle of water or it gives me a soda pop.
You don't have to buy anything.
You don't have to.
Right.
And then they're going to want me to minimum tip 18%.
All right, let me preface this by saying I am married to a current flight attendant.
I know you are.
Okay. So I have to be a little bit.
Okay, fair. But I know she doesn't work for Frontier.
Correct. I have to go home tonight, though. I think it's a fantastic idea. And I think we should all tip our flight attendants at least 20%, if you ask me.
Okay, a lot of airlines, they're not allowed to take tips.
They provide a personalized service. I can tell you they're already underpaid for the workload.
There's lots of people that are underpaid that don't get tips.
Everybody gets tips now.
By the way, nobody thinks they're overpaid.
True.
Let's throw that out there right now.
Everybody gets tips, or everybody asks for a tip. You can go anywhere in the world now,
but
especially America, anywhere in America, and we've had the tip talk. We've had the, hey, I've got the iPad, let me swing it around, and I've done nothing for you. Can you tip me 18%?
I'm like, nope.
But you're talking about someone who is walking up and down the aisles while a plane is going 400 million miles an hour.
Don't exaggerate. I've told you a million times to stop that.
Okay. And you can't throw $1? You can't do a couple of bucks?
Okay. Most of them are not allowed. So I fly American.
You like American.
Fly American everywhere. I go where they go. And if they don't go there, there's no reason for me to go. They cannot accept cash tips. They are allowed to accept things like candy. They're not supposed to. I didn't know this. They're not supposed to take gift cards because I know of people that do like $5 Starbucks cards, gift cards, given to flight attendants. It's against the policy. Now, I don't know if that still happens.
Well, you don't want them to get in trouble for accepting it. Yeah.
So here's what I know we have people out there. First off, nobody's tipping on an airplane, right? Nobody's tipping on an airplane.
It does happen. I've seen it.
Really?
Sure. My wife has been offered a few tips. Yeah.
What does she do?
I think she took one and said no to the other or something like that.
Okay.
And it's only happened once or twice.
So I have some concerns.
Remember, she's new.
She is relatively new, but she's a fantastic flight attendant.
She's awesome.
So here's some of my concerns. Let's say, because what are the flight attendants there for? What is their actual job?
Well, I can answer
I
this.
think it's to give me drinks. What do you think their job is?
It is not to give you drinks.
Not to give me drinks.
No. Because when you become a flight attendant, they don't teach you that. They teach you how to save a life up in the sky. They teach you CPR. They teach you how to open the windows.
Where the exits are in the case of an emergency, right?
Yeah.
So here's my concern.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm minding my own business, and I ain't tipping anybody on this plane, and there's an emergency. Are they going to prioritize the people that tip them? Are they going to be like, okay, this guy stiffed us. You get out of the way. You're not getting out the door until these people do.
I would.
Okay?
Like if you didn't tip me?
No, for God's sake.
I don't care about you. I might not help you
You're
off
going
that
to the
plane.
back of the bus.
Exactly.
Okay, and if you're concerned about this, if you're flying, right? Why not tip the pilot? Don't you want to get there safely?
Great point, and I'll shoot it down immediately.
Okay, please.
They make a ton more money. They do. They make a ton more money.
They're a lot more educated, and they have a lot more responsibility.
They do. But do they deserve a tip? Probably not. Do they need a tip? Probably not. Does a flight attendant deserve a tip because they're the ones that got to deal with people like you? I think they probably do.
People like me.
I
So let me
think
ask
they
you
just
this
deserve
question.
more pay, not tips.
They'll never
but
have
But it's
more
not my
pay.
job to pay them
that's not
more,
gonna
right?
happen.
Why am I
Right.
subsidizing
And I
your
consider
career choice?
The flight attendant, I consider them professionals. And I've
Oh.
always been told you don't tip the professionals.
Well, you never used to tip
No.
them. Again,
They're
Frontier
not
just
waiters.
started this.
That's just a thing that's kind of happens to be nice, but
Right.
they're there for an important reason.
Isn't one of the reasons they're there? It's kind of the hospitality of it, right? They want you to feel comfortable. They want to get you what you want. So if they're in the hospitality industry, don't we often tip the hospitality industry, like hotel staff, or if you go on a cruise, you leave some money for them.
Usually the only people you tip at the hotel is the concierge.
Like the guy brings your luggage to your room,
And,
right?
and those, the people who are doing the heavy hauling,
Or the
and
house-
people who clean. But
the
you're not
housekeeper.
tipping. Or do you tip the person who checks you in at the front desk? No, you don't. So
Depends on how much you want to be liked at that hotel.
you're tipping the people at the pool who give you a towel.
But
no.
think about this.
Sure, you do. I would tip that person.
But there's
No, you
also
don't, 'cause they're coming and going.
this is a weird thing going on with this. Frontier Airlines is installing tipping. People are flying Frontier already because they are looking for literally the cheapest way to get from point A to point B. That's why you're on that plane. Am I wrong? I mean, that's why you're there.
That's the only reason you're there.
So asking these
You're
people
asking
to
the wrong
tip,
people.
you're 100% barking up the wrong tree.
Okay, so
They're gonna get a lot of zero
dive
tips.
A little bit deeper on what's the real reason they're doing that. Are they doing it just to appease the flight attendants and say, "Hey, you know what? You guys can have tips now," knowing that they'll never get one? They're never going to get a tip on
They're going to
Frontier.
get tips. They are going to get tips.
You think they're going to get tips?
Yes, I do. Because
There are people that they can't hit the no
they
tip.
can't hit the no.
Can't
That's
hit
right.
no.
They will do it. And by the way, I'm putting a tip jar in here, and I expect it to be filled
Oh,
every
my
single
Lanta.
weekday.
I don't think that's happening. I'm not so.
I am not tipping. Let's just get that. Now, can I tell you, I have given out little gifts. American Airlines gives us these little coupons you can give to people at the airline that do a good job, and then they turn them in and get presents
Now,
and
see,
things.
that's good. I
So
like that.
But I do that. I do all that at the end of the flight. I don't do it at the beginning of the flight. I don't expect anything, and I don't want anything special. I do it for people that kind of went above and beyond. Hey, really appreciate your help today, or I thought you were really great. Here you go. But I do it when I'm walking off the plane.
Yeah. It's like points. They collect those or whatever,
Yeah.
and at some point they can redeem that for something.
Well, I hope
good.
I hope some flight attendant tells me those are worth something, because if you guys are just throwing them out, then I need to come up with a better plan to help out. But right now, Frontier, the The tip starts at 18% and goes up from there.
All right, coming up next, we'll tell you where you could buy a house for $200,000.
I'm in.
Next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about Trajan Wealth and about the relationship. You know, I thought I had things kind of under control. I'd been saving for a 401k. I had one of those rollover thingy-maboobers. My mom had looked at it every once in a while and said, yeah, we're doing all right. Well, and then Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. I literally brought in a manila envelope full of papers that I quite honestly didn't understand. And they went through it. Turns out, a lot of opportunities I was missing out on. Now, I have a much clearer path moving forward. And there's some peace of mind that goes along with that as well. Okay, there's a lot of peace of mind. Plus, remember, at Trajan Wealth, they are fiduciaries, which means they put your needs in front of their own. I trust them with my future. I think you can trust them with yours. Reach out and give them a call. There's no obligation. You just talk to them. See if you like them. You'll find out they're really awesome people. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Plum Smart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. 0% financing for 72 months for a limited time. The offer ends at the end of July. Up to $3,500 in rebates and incentives. New Train AC units fully installed for as low as $99 a month. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. All their technicians are NATE certified. Been in the Valley for over 20 years. Call them 602-892-6000 or it'sjustplumsmart.com. It'sjustplumsmart.com. Because AC guys charge too much.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. As the White Sage Fire burns north of the Grand Canyon, we have an update from the Arizona Bureau of Land Management. Dolores Garcia says travelers should avoid the north rim of the canyon this weekend.
To a certain extent, it could be a rural, but it's also a very popular area for recreationists. So that is our main concern because it is impacting the north rim of the Grand Canyon.
The White Sage Fire currently covers more than 8,000 acres and continues to burn in dry and windy conditions. Garcia adds it is 0% contained and could expand over the weekend, depending on the weather. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check the ride home this afternoon with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I-10 westbound at Riggs Road is still very slow in the same area, but different direction. The I-10 eastbound slow from the 202 to Queen Creek Road on down to Riggs. Now, that is the slowest thing going right now, and as you know, there's really not much of a way around this traffic right now in that area, but, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it and jinx it, but the roads are starting to look Friday light around the valley. You've got your usual spots of slowing, and they're not even that bad right now, so let's not mess this up, folks. Traffic brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No reader's glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at K2VisionRLE.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. It's a bit of good news, bad news for Phoenix home sellers. Beating the national numbers, but profits dipping from where they were a year ago. So what does it all mean moving forward? We'll talk about it Monday at 2 on the next Chris and Joe Show.
Really appreciate you guys spending a little time with us today. If you ever miss any of the show, or you like to listen when it's more convenient to you, you can subscribe to our podcast, the Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast. You can subscribe, iPhone, Android, we got it. You'll never miss any part of it. Plus, we are on live, and you can go back and watch on the KTAR YouTube channel. We are everywhere. The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast, brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Gatos. We had a conversation yesterday about tough to be a first-time home buyer. How are you going to come up with a down payment? The price of houses. And you made a great point. You said, well, you might have to move a little farther out of town.
Meaning you might have to leave town.
Yeah, leave Phoenix. You might find a house in Maricopa, Coolidge, Santan Valley. Or maybe you'll find one in West Virginia.
How bad do you want to own a home? That's all I'm going to say.
Because if you want to own a home at all costs,
good luck.
Do I got a deal for you.
Good luck to you. You want to live in West Virginia where it's 1,000 degrees right now and the humidity is beyond disgusting.
You got to live in a coal mine?
I got no interest.
West Virginia is the cheapest state to live in.
Yeah, nobody wants to be there.
In the United Exactly.
How can we get people to come here? Let's offer houses for $200,000.
Well, I think it's the other way around. There's nobody here, so we certainly can't charge anything for them. The average home price in the state of West Virginia, which includes one reasonably sized city in Charleston, is $260,000.
Yeah. No.
That's almost half of here, right?
You rent instead.
Yeah.
I think if you're out there, you don't own a home, you really love to buy a home, you have to ask yourself this. Do you really want to leave the desert and go to West Virginia? Oh, God. No, I'm just saying. I mean, honestly, West Virginia is, that's not a great place to live.
What about Kansas? Kansas is on the list.
Well, Superman is from Kansas.
Oh, here we go.
Smallville.
From Smallville, Kansas.
But again, is that where you want to live? Because I'm guessing if you live here, there's a reason you don't want to live there.
Fair. And I think that's kind of what you learn, because the states that are on this list, they're probably states you could have figured out and guessed ahead of time. Iowa.
No.
Wyoming.
No.
Alabama.
No.
North Dakota.
No.
Missouri.
No.
Kansas. So
not my cup of tea.
Right. Yeah. And so it is much cheaper to live there. But the thing I always ran into is, well, that'd be really great. Look at what we can afford there. Yeah, but what job do you think you're going to do that's going to pay for it? Guess what? The jobs pay half as much, which is why the houses are worth half as much.
Well, and you'd spend all your time in your house because there's nothing to do in any of those states. So you'd be in your house 100% of the time.
Come on!
I'm just saying.
I travel through a lot of these states.
I'm sorry.
I don't try to stop for very long, but I do travel through them.
No. I think if you're out there and you really want to buy a home, if it comes to this, you're like, I can rent here somewhere in the desert, okay? Or I can buy a house over in West Virginia. I think I'd rather be in a place that I like to reside.
Okay.
In terms of a state, than buying an actual home. I don't.
I get it.
So
here's a question: If you could work from anywhere,
yeah,
is that kind of the draw for some of these? Well, if I could work remotely, all I need is a Wi-Fi and a roof over my head. Is that the incentive to move to some of these states?
No,
you're still not going.
No,
you're still not going to be in Alabama.
No. No, I'm not going to Iowa. I'm not going to let politicians kiss my rear end once every 4 years.
They literally, I've been to the fair in Iowa when the politicians are coming through, and it is
the butter cow.
The butter cow is there, obviously.
It's a massive cow made of butter, and everybody there thinks it's the greatest thing. And I'm like,
well, it is the greatest thing in Iowa. Let's be honest,
because that's about all you got. That's about all you got.
It is.
You have to look at Arizona this way.
Oh,
you got to look at Arizona this way. We've got terrific places to go and vacation, right?
Oh, okay.
We've got great resorts here in the valley. You can go up into the Grand Canyon. Prescott is beautiful. You can go to all these different places, right? Kind of different weather. We know, too. You can go up north.
Yeah, you want to get out of the heat? Right. I know lots of people probably right now on the 17 headed north. Flag, go into the other direction. Show Low, Prescott. They're just getting out of the heat.
We've got all the teams except for hockey here. Okay, so there's a lot of sports to watch. I mean, we
have theater. Come on, I take Mom to the theater all the time. We go to Gamage.
There's plenty to do out here.
Stuff to do.
There's stuff to do out here. You go to West Virginia and you're like, well, what am I going to do?
Well, I always tell you, there's a reason. I know you and me. There's a reason I live here. I'm not contractually required to live here. I can live anywhere I wanted.
Well, I can go.
I want to live here.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to West Virginia.
I'm typing things to do in West Virginia.
It come up blank? Did AI say nothing?
Google said nothing.
Nothing. Checking the headlines are on the way.
They have one museum.
The museum, they call it.
And a restaurant.
Okay. Yeah.
It's almost like Tucson.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Oh, jeez.
Checking the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Then, your kid finally has someone to spill their guts to. Does it matter to you that they aren't real? We'll tell you about that. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. America Roofing. Listen, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated, licensed, bonded, and insured. These are the guys that you're going to need. Now, I'll say it. I hope you don't. We all think this, right? I hope you never need a roofer, right? I hope nothing ever goes wrong. Here's the problem. You do live in Arizona, and things do go wrong with your roof. How about the heat? The heat will age your roof. UV damage, shingle curling, material cracking. If you've got a water stain and you're looking up at that ceiling and you're seeing a brown spot, you have got to call America Roofing. If you wait, it'll be more expensive, to pay for it down the line. Do what I did. Have them come over and inspect your roof for free. Just mention Gatos. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Give them a call. Get on their schedule, 602-960-ROOF. Also, when the monsoon rolls in, let's say that you get a leak. You need to call someone immediately. Put this number in your phone right now, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, That's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices. Plus, jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour it through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show, this weekend inside the air-conditioned Coliseum at the Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It is 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The Arizona Bureau of Land Management is urging people who are heading up north to be aware of a big fire that's still burning. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live now in the news center to give us an update.
Yeah, Becky, the White Sage Fire is currently burning near the Grand Canyon's north rim and has grown considerably since starting Wednesday. Recreation areas like Jacob Lake under evacuation orders, and Dolores Garcia with the Arizona BLM says the fire started from a lightning strike.
About a mile and a half northeast of White Sage, Arizona. It has since, due to the low fuel moistures and gusty and erratic winds, moved into the White Sage area and further southeast.
And the fire is at 0% containment as crews navigate dry terrain.
Fire size was mapped this morning at approximately 8,700 acres, burning through grass, shrub, and pinyon juniper.
Live in the news center, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
Health officials in Coconino County are confirming a recent plague death there. We're told the tests show the patient was suffering from pneumonic plague, which is a severe lung infection. Experts say the illness is transmitted to humans through bites from infected fleas or contact with an infected animal. The CDC says there are an average of 7 human plague cases each year, and the risk of public exposure remains low. Arizona has never seen the kind of flooding that they've seen in Texas, but we do have our own natural disaster: heat.
More than 600 people died in Maricopa County last year from the heat. Arizona U.S. Representative Greg Stanton, who recently formed the Congressional Extreme Heat Caucus, is critical of how the administration has handled the flooding in Texas. He says the federal emergency response system is designed to help when a state or city can't handle it on its own, but now he says the administration is trying to wash its hands of responsibility.
The whole point of it is to lead with localities first, but then the federal government comes in and supports them through the federal emergency disaster declarations. We owe that to our fellow Americans.
Stanton adds the administration also wants to stop funding grants for local governments to plan for emergencies, which he believes would be devastating. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
This week, the Secret Service released a report that outlined the changes it has made in the years since the attempt on then presidential candidate Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. ABC's Luke Barr joined Arizona's Morning News to discuss how, even though the report outlines a lot of changes within the Secret Service, one thing remains the same.
Just been suspensions as of now, but nobody has been outright fired yet.
Barr says the suspensions range from 10 to 42 days, and 6 total agents were suspended. A divided federal appeals court in D.C. has ruled 2-1 against plea agreements that had been struck between military prosecutors at Guantanamo Bay and the alleged plotters of the 9/11 attacks. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
The D.C. Circuit Appeals Court decision upholds last summer's move by then Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to toss the plea agreements. The alleged 9/11 plotters, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, had reached a deal with military prosecutors to plead guilty and avoid the death penalty. But days after that agreement was announced and faced heavy criticism, Austin ordered it reversed. The appeals court panel's majority says Austin indisputably had the power to do it. Nearly a quarter century after the 9/11 attacks, it remains unclear when a trial might start.
It's Friday afternoon, and you're heading home. Let's get you there with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got some slowing on the westbound 10 at Riggs Road, and also the eastbound 10 from the 202 to the 347. That's been a slow area due to some earlier wrecks today. And we've got a report of a crash on the left shoulder of the 10 westbound near 35th Avenue. It is normal for the 10, obviously, to be slow at this hour, but that is what's slowing that down at this time. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
110. Today, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and then by about Wednesday, there's about a 20% chance of rain in the forecast. We're going to drop down to 102, 104 degrees. Right now in Maricopa, it's 111. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
Oh, a lot of people call the second hour the best hour. I hear it all the time.
Just so you know, coming up.
Yeah.
It's the game show that's sweeping the nation.
I like.
I'm not going to tell you what it is, though.
Okay.
Well,
all right.
I've got it. I've got this.
You've got the game show.
I've got the game show.
Okay.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be off the hook, and you're going to love it.
Oh, the kid's still saying that?
It's coming up.
Okay.
The game show that's sweeping the nation in just moments.
Speaking of kids, we've had a lot of conversations about AI, artificial intelligence, and how it's impacting kids' lives, how they're using it. Some for good, maybe some for not so good when it comes to school. Mm-hmm. But I thought this was pretty amazing. you now have schools and some healthcare companies that are trying to support kids, think middle school and high schoolers, with their mental health. And they're doing it with AI chatbots. And it turns out they have data from more than 250,000 messages exchanged between middle and high school students from 19 different states. So we're talking ages, race, we're talking everything all over the country. And it turns out, by the way, that all kids are stressed out, worried about, and struggle with the same things. But what might be more concerning is, while they're all freaked out about some of the same stuff, are they getting the level of help that they need? Like when I went to Santa Rita High School, Tucson, Arizona, go Eagles. We had school counselors, and I don't think we ever used the term mental health, but we had school counselors, and they were there if you were having trouble with something, right? And I remember Mrs. Ewell, UHL, and she was my school counselor. And I remember I could go in and talk to her about things that were bothering me.
You actually did that?
Well, my parents were going through a divorce at the time.
So you did reach out to a school counselor and found that you
I don't remember how the conversation started, but yes,
okay.
I think she knew there was something not right,
Sure,
what's going on at home. Well, now that you bring it up, you know.
No, that's good.
But a lot of kids have nobody to talk to, or they don't feel comfortable.
I'll go there. I am surprised you went and did that.
Yeah.
And I think, by the way, you're smart. You were smart to do that as a kid. But I think a lot of kids would shy away from that.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of kids would be like, I'm going to go talk to this person. Well, that person's going to tell my parents everything. And then you get what can that person tell the parents? Because, I mean, if your kid is in a real situation.
Yeah.
When do you share? When do you not share?
When do you know it's serious enough, right?
Yeah.
So this may not come as a surprise. Balancing extracurricular activities in school was the number one concern among students.
Balancing the extracurricular
All
stuff.
the other stuff they have to do and their schoolwork.
And I'll tell you this, as a proud stepdad, I saw our kids have to balance that, and it is hard.
And it's nowhere near like what you and I went through, right?
No, because when they were in high school, they had their classes.
Regular school.
But they also had some extracurricular activities. But then we also said, we believe that you should have somewhat of a part-time job.
Oh, good.
And you should pay for some of your college. Mm-hmm, you should have an in on that. And so watching, the two of them try and balance.
Sure.
All right.
Schedule their week.
Here's how I study. Here's where I'm going to sleep. How many hours I'm going to sleep. But then I got to go do this extracurricular thing after school. And then I got that job that I've got to show up for 3 or 4 hours. It's hard. But you know what? I think that's, at least with us, and my wife has said it, it's the best thing that could have happened to them. It is balancing. It's finding a way to get things done. It's finding a way to balance your life.
So here's one of the things. So it might, again, we can take from this some positives. Again, 250,000 messages that were sent into and conversations that went with a AI chatbot from middle and high schoolers. Again, they all kind of agree on some of the same trouble that they're having. And I guess it's good on one level that they are self-aware. Well, I'm having difficulty balancing this, or I'm having trouble with interpersonal relationships or whatever.
Who am I going to open up to?
But less than 1% of them, less than 1% discuss the influence, the impact, or social media. So while they talk about bullying, they talk about anxiety, they talk about all these other things,
it all comes from social media.
Yeah, relationships, being lonely. They don't equate it to social media feeding that. Do you see what I'm saying?
They can't connect the dots.
Exactly. You didn't square the circle here.
All right. So is an AI bot going to connect the dots for them?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Well, and it gets into kind of what is the role? What is the role of these chatbots? It's great that they're talking to somebody.
They're not talking to somebody.
Talking to AI. But what information are they getting back? And at what point does AI go, this person needs genuine help? Do you see what I'm saying? And then how does that conversation go?
Man, that's a tough one. I don't like that they're talking to AI. I don't like it. You don't know what you're going to get. We still don't understand AI. Just because they're reaching out for help and it's a bot doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean it's good.
Or correct. It doesn't.
Yeah.
They don't know for sure. Yeah, because it's scanning for things people have already put in there. That's how AI, it's what people have already said, and it can say the wrong thing.
Well, here's the problem. So you're getting to the point where the schools say, well, we don't have counselors to deal with all these kids. Like, we don't have the staff. We don't have we can't do it. And even some of the kids who are reaching out, the students reaching out, they're only reaching out because of the anonymity of AI. And they feel they can open up. They feel they won't be judged, and that the AI is, quote unquote, the only person they can talk to.
It's interesting. They want to be completely private about that, but they share everything else on social.
Well,
it doesn't make sense.
What you share on social is your best foot forward. It's your picture with the filter done.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You put up the fake you on social media. They can do the real you with this. Now, I thought this was interesting. They said 2% of the conversations were considered high risk. 38% of students involved in those chats admitted to having suicidal ideation.
Oh, it's so scary.
They said the school officials, when they went back to these schools, said they had no idea the kids were struggling, had no idea they were suffering, had no idea it was that serious.
Maybe we need to bring back the counselors and put in the
School
equivalent of the confessional.
Well,
You don't know who the counselor is. They don't know who's sitting there, and you get a chance to say a little bit if it starts getting dicey.
I think I've said this before too. I think we need to bring God back into the family, and I think that we've got a lot of people that have turned away from God, and you've got a lot of kids who don't know who to talk to, and there's one person who's always waiting and is always there. And if you believe, and okay, so if you believe that there is one person that will always talk to you, and I think that if kids knew that. And if their parents taught their kids this, I think we'd have a better world. I really do. I know it sounds like I'm on a bit of a soapbox, but I find it tremendously comforting to talk to God. And I think that kids haven't figured that out yet. So something has gone astray.
Is it fair to say it depends on which church you grow up in? Because some churches are highly judgmental.
Of course.
And these kids would absolutely not feel comfortable opening up about specific issues or specific problems with that specific organization.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to go to church. I'm not saying like your parents, like my dad and my mom, they wanted us to go to church. Okay. Well, I didn't have a choice. But all these years later, I definitely learned something when I was young. I definitely learned. I know I could count on one person. And I don't think kids have that in this day.
No.
And it's very comforting. But
there's still a large number of these kids, though, because they went back and this is an ongoing study, and a large number of them say they do not have a singular trusted adult they can talk to in their life. Roughly 30% of them come back, and that in and of itself is an issue.
That is
no trusted adult you can speak to.
That's why you're reaching out to an AI bot.
Well,
that's not good.
But these are also, I'm going to use the digital natives. Middle schoolers and high schoolers have grown up with a phone in their hand.
I get it.
And they are much more comfortable interacting with technology than they are face-to-face. That's why you can't get them to look you in the eyes, kiddos.
Well, I think parents need to sit down, obviously have a talk with their kids and have a face-to-face conversation and say, listen, if there's a sensitive topic, if there's something that you're thinking about and it's worrying you, or, there are a lot of different ways to tackle that. And I don't think an AI bot is one. No, I don't. I really don't. All right. Coming up next, Bruce. It's the game show that's sweeping the nation.
Yes!
It's happening this weekend, the new Superman movie.
It is.
So the game show that's sweeping the nation, we're going to play Superman, fact or fiction.
Okay.
It's coming up next.
Hey, I love the stories of real people from right here in the Valley who listen to the show, who've reached out to Life Changer Loan. And I hear from them all the time. I'm going to tell you about Stephanie and Joel. So they heard about it, but really didn't think it was for them. I mean, they've got a 3% rate on a 30-year mortgage. Okay, they're like, we're good. She works in HR. He works in insurance. They've got great credit. And, 3%. Let's not argue at that. But 26 years left on mortgage payment. Well, they looked at a Life Changer loan. Not only will they be paying off their mortgage, paying off their home equity loan, and paying off both cars in 7 years, they're going to save over $190,000 in interest payments compared to their current loan structures. It is absolutely life-changing for them and opens them up to all kinds of new possibilities. They plan to buy investment properties down the road, build a real estate portfolio. And you can do that with a Life Changer loan over and over and over again. Go to lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. In Texas, the death toll in the July 4th flooding tragedy stands at 121 tonight, and more than 160 are still missing. Here's ABC's Trevor Alt in Texas.
The president and first lady visiting with first responders and grieving families.
Dozens and dozens of precious children taken.
And Trump was asked to respond to those who say warning alerts didn't go out in time and that more people could have been saved.
Well, I think everyone did an incredible job under the circumstances.
The president has previously talked of potentially eliminating FEMA, but he praised the agency's response.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for a traffic check. Here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got reports of a wreck at the 51 and Thomas. That is more than likely on Thomas Road, but it's a hard one to spot for me right now. And one major spot of slowing is down by Wild Horse Pass, and this is going to be on the eastbound 10. There were a couple wrecks earlier, and this has just snarled things up for the entire afternoon so far. And traffic slow in the usual places. You expect it to be slow at the split and between the mini stack and the stack. But other than that, I think we are, starting to experience what we call Friday light around here. Traffic brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All righty. We're into it. Happy Friday to you. Thank you for spending a little bit of time with us today.
It's a game show that's sweeping the nation. My name is Gary Lanos.
Hi, Gary.
Today we will play Superman Fact or Fiction.
Superman Fact or Fiction.
Yeah, Superman is going to hit theaters. It did
today. I think. It opened today.
Yeah, I am a big Superman fan, as you well know.
I am very aware.
I'm wearing...
Don't say super.
A cape to the movie theater.
I thought you were saying Superman underwear for a second, and I was just going to take your word for it. Yeah, okay.
My wife is horrified. I will be wearing my Superman shirt.
There's going to be people dressed up.
And I'm wearing a cape. I'm going to leave the tights at home. I don't think anybody wants to see that.
No, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the game show that's sweeping the nation. Superman Fact or Fiction. Bruce against Becky Lynn.
Woohoo!
All right, let's see what we got here.
I insist Becky Lynn goes first.
Of course you
All right, Bruce, you're going first.
Here we go.
Bruce, Superman was created in 1932. Fact or fiction? Scoring.
I mean, I know it was back then. I can't tell you the exact year. I'm going to go fact.
False. Yeah. 1933.
Yeah, like I'm supposed to know by 1 year.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I thought he was pulling out.
That was funny. Becky Lynn.
Okay.
The original concept of Superman featured him as a bald villain bent on world domination. Fact or fiction?
A bald villain bent on world domination.
Correct. Fact or fiction?
Fiction.
It's a fact.
Really?
Really? I did not know that.
It's a game show that's sweeping the nation.
Talk about a 180.
Is he making this stuff up?
I think he is.
Bruce is 0 for 1. Becky Lynn is 0 for 1. Bruce, Superman is strong enough to carry a book of infinite pages? Fact or fiction?
Of
True or
infinite
false?
Pages. Fact?
What does that even mean?
It is fact.
Aye!
It means that he literally has no limit to his strength.
No limit. Okay,
okay.
I saw him catch a building once, so I thought that's pretty
It's
big.
awesome.
A plane, I think.
Plane,
There was
too.
a plane.
Okay.
Bruce
I got one
is
right!
on the board.
Yes!
Game show that's sweeping the nation. Superman, fact or fiction, true or false, whatever you want to call it. Becky Lynn.
All right.
Superman is faster than the Flash.
Ooh. Yes, true.
It is false. Superman is not faster than the Flash.
Really?
I thought Superman was faster than a speeding bullet.
Flash is faster.
And
Yeah. All right, Bruce 1, Becky Lynn 0.
Okay, let's end it now. I'm winning.
Bruce.
Oh, good.
There's only one type of kryptonite, green.
False.
It is false.
Yes!
It is
I thought
false.
there's different colors.
There are different colors.
They're
Good for
like
you.
lightsabers. There's different colors.
2-0.
even I knew that.
Bruce. All right, let me give you a kryptonite one.
Well, I don't know if I know anything else.
Since you're an expert on kryptonite,
I just knew there were more colors.
Let's see, Smarty Pants.
Okay. I got a
what you wish
50-50
for.
chance.
Becky
I got a
Lynn.
50-50 chance.
Okay, here we go.
Red kryptonite could turn Superman into a dragon.
True.
It is true. I thought you wouldn't get that.
What was red? Dragons breathe fire.
Boy,
Makes
you
sense.
got from A to B to C there?
Yeah, I
Okay.
did.
Wow, that's a lot. Okay.
Let's see. All right, 2-1. First to 3. How about that? Let's get the hell out of here. Let's see. This is a good one. For the win, Bruce. Red, white, and blue kryptonite turns Superman MAGA. True or false?
False.
It's absolutely true.
It is
I don't
not.
know. I guess it's false. Okay. All right, Bruce, you win 3-1.
Yeah, he got an extra question.
Oh, give her a question so she can get closer.
Give me another one so I
Well,
can.
I don't know why. It's like, you're down
I
by
can't
so
win
much.
either way. Oh, well. What'd you
No.
give him that stupid question for then?
I thought it was funny. I made
Yeah,
it up. All right, let me see, Becky. Let me give you one more.
Give her
even
one
though
just so
you
she can get a
already
little closer at the end.
lost. I'm looking. Okay, here's one.
Okay.
Here's one.
He's making this one up too.
I was just gonna say,
I'm pretty
careful.
sure.
Kryptonite did not debut in the comics, but actually first showed up in the Superman radio show.
True.
It is true. Doesn't
Okay.
matter. You already lost.
I know.
Ouch.
On the
But
same
that was
radio,
a better question.
on the same radio show, Superman fought the Ku Klux Klan.
Really?
That is, that
Really?
is true, yeah.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the game show that's sweeping the nation. My name is Gary Lados. Superman, fact or fiction, true or false? Bruce,
It opens this weekend.
take it away.
Yeah, don't, whatever you do, don't ruin it for Gatos.
Don't ruin it.
Because Gatos still lives in a fantasy world where he thinks that this will somehow be some sort of a surprise ending.
The game show that's sweeping the nation is brought to you by no one.
Does
All right.
Superman get killed by a horse in this one?
Oh, wow. Wow.
That is awful.
Offside.
Christopher Reeve.
Offsides.
Oh,
You
wow.
said you hated horses, so
Can
I just thought.
My.
I'm going to say something.
Let's keep the gloves above the
That's
belt.
the most awful, rude thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Out of her.
That was so bad, Becky.
I'm
Lynn.
trying to ruin it
Oh,
for you.
My gosh, that was horrific.
I don't even know if we can trust her to give us the news and information next.
I don't know where the hate and
Where do we go
meanness
from
came.
there? Oh, my Lanta.
Goodness.
By the way, talking about a disgrace for
gosh.
America, we're going to talk about a guy's version of the national anthem. And just how bad was it? Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
All right, let's talk about your house. You need something sleek, something modern, something timeless, something elegant. What you need is beautiful new windows. That's right. Beautiful new windows, advanced window products. where beauty meets performance, as I like to say. I want you to imagine looking through, crystal clear glass, all right? Stunning. And I will tell you one thing. If you want to give your house that facelift, it desperately needs new windows. But you can't just go with anyone. You've got to go with a business that's been doing this. Maybe not just for 10 years, maybe not just for 20 or 30. How about almost 40 years? Advanced Window Products. They help Arizona homeowners transform the look and feel of their home inside and out. And yes, this has been happening for almost 40 years. The Gatos Summer Special from Advanced Window Products. You ready? You must mention Gatos. You buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. It's not going to last long. It's a limited time offer. All right? 10 windows. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. Let me give you the phone number. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Upgrade your water today by calling 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This summer with Kohl's, you can rack up the compliments. Like, where'd you get that dress? Tell me all your makeup secrets. Or, ooh, my husband needs that polo in every color. Because Kohl's has what you need. Cute dresses, Sephora essentials, stylish polos, comfy kids clothes, and more. Plus, take 20% off some of your faves. Yep, cue the compliments with Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends July 20th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. See store or Kohls.com for details.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter Get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Significant cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits will be phased in starting in 2028, following the passage of President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us live from the News Center to explain.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly says Republicans did that intentionally so they take effect after the midterm elections.
Kids will find it harder to get a school lunch. More people will have to rely on food pantries, food banks.
The Democrat explains about 300,000 Arizonans will also lose Medicaid coverage, which will strain health systems across the state, especially in rural areas. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is headed to Iowa next month, leaving many wondering if a Gallego presidential candidacy is in the future. Political analyst Stacey Pearson tells Arizona's Morning News Gallego's moderate approach to politics is smart.
Talking about a Democrat on a border state, a guy that served in the military, put himself through Harvard, his self-made story is true, and I think that's what the American voters are looking for.
She adds even if he doesn't run for president, his trip will be impactful on unifying the Democratic Party. Allegedly swindling more than $140 million from at least 300 investors, a Ponzi scheme by a big MAGA supporter in Georgia. Here's ABC's Chuck Siebertson.
Since at least 2021, First Liberty Building and Loan in Noonan, Georgia, operated a Ponzi scheme involving Edward Frost, says a complaint on the Federal Securities and Exchange Commission website. It allegedly used new investor funds to make principal and interest payments to existing investors. Frost is accused of also misappropriating investor funds for credit card payments, money to a rare coin dealer, and for family vacations. In a statement with his lawyer, Frost says he'll cooperate with investigators, takes full responsibility, and will try to repay those he says he misled.
Heading home on a Friday. Let's get a little help now from Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. It's not overall looking too bad out there. There's a report of a wreck that just came in. This one blocking the left lane on the 10 westbound near Fairway Drive. This has things kind of backed up around Avondale Boulevard to 107th Avenue. Not too bad. It just means there's fewer people on the 10 right now. We love to see it. Things overall calming down. We've obviously got a slow spot on the eastbound 10 around downtown right now, kind of around 16th Street area. That's just kind of heavy, kind of slow. And also the split right now, slow. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at AssetPreservationWealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're looking for an overnight low around 90 degrees, and then Saturday, Sunday, and Monday right around 110 each day, but cooling off to the low 100s, like 102, 104, with some rain in the forecast by Wednesday. Right now it's 108 in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Have a great weekend, and then please join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for Arizona's Morning News Monday. We'll tell you if you're driving the car that's the most stolen in Arizona and why thieves target them.
All right. So, Gatos, I got to take you to yesterday. Bit of a doubleheader. You've got the Baltimore Orioles. I'm led to believe they're a professional baseball, semi-professional baseball team, against the New York Mets.
That's not a
in
professional
Baltimore.
team
Yeah, two of semi-pro teams,
Yeesh.
right? It's like double-A ball going on there. And they're at Camden Yards there in Baltimore.
Who wants to see the Orioles and the Mets?
There were good tickets available well into the third inning, okay?
Yeah,
don't worry. There are good seats available.
Well, the good thing is if you want to get a foul ball, you'll get all of them.
Nobody runs. It just whack, it bounce around. Some guy just walks over and
nobody
goes,
there.
Okay, I guess I'll take it. So the national anthem singer is going viral, as the kids say.
Nice.
Because the O's, as they like to call themselves, invited a local musician, Dan Deacon. He makes electronic music. And he did a vocal-only rendition of the national anthem
Is
using...
that called a cappella?
Well, you would say it's a cappella, except he used a computer program called Auto-Tune. Now, Auto-Tune was originally invented...
Oh, no. This is going to be bizarre. I don't like this already.
Auto-Tune's been around for a long time, and it was to help bad singers sound better.
Like this guy.
Okay, but you then had people take the Auto-Tune and basically like crank it up to 11. And so it's not about making bad singers sound better. It's about making any singer sound kind of like robotic almost.
All right. You want to hear this thing?
So he's singing to Auto-Tune, standing by himself on the pitcher's mound yesterday for the Orioles game.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming?
Question. You got to ask yourself this.
Go ahead.
Is it any good?
I think it's fine.
Just because it's different doesn't mean it's good. I'm very underwhelmed by this. I don't like.
Well, but like, what are we grading on? Like, do we grade every single person who sings the national anthem on like some 1 to 10 scale?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay.
All right. I don't have a number yet. I've only listened a little bit, but I'm underwhelmed. I'm underwhelmed. I think anybody could probably sound like this, right? I mean, that's what
Auto-Tune has the ability, but you need to know how to use Auto-Tune. Again,
does he know how to use Auto-Tune?
He
Because
seems
this
to be
is
doing an okay job.
very
of it.
bizarre.
Okay.
Broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so.
He could be screwing up the words, and I can't understand it. I think I'm lost.
Oh, for God's sake.
I don't know. So it's gone viral just because it's different.
It's different.
Yeah.
It's different.
Social media didn't like it. Here's a couple of quotes. I think the Orioles have officially hit rock bottom.
Well, I got to tell you, I think they've been hanging out there for a while.
Here's another one. This is a disgrace to America.
Disgrace to America.
What am I listening to now?
I wanted to play you...
Is this Auto-Tune?
Auto-Tune.
Okay.
And kind of what it sounds like. And this was
don't play Cher.
This was a big song for Cher.
Oh, man.
But I want you to be able to hear...
I know this song. I don't need to hear it.
But do you understand Auto-Tune? Because you're acting like you've never heard Auto-Tune in your
I'm
life.
acting like I don't like Auto-Tune.
I don't know about that.
No matter how hard I try.
That's Auto-Tune.
Can I say... I got to say this. Every time I hear Cher...
What's wrong?
All I think of are the tattoos that she's got in her rear end, and it haunts me.
Really?
Yeah, she came out in that.
That's
thing.
the first thing you think of with Cher.
I don't like it. Yeah, and then the tattoos are not nice. I don't like that either. No.
I'm just checking. I thought maybe you weren't familiar with it.
I'm familiar. And I don't like it.
Here's some Auto-Tune for you. That's not her voice. That's not her singing.
That's not her.
I mean, it's her voice, but then it's run through a computer. So they're saying this is a disgrace, and I think people are grading him extremely harshly. I don't think he disrespected the national anthem in the slightest. He did. He sang it. He did his version of it through his art, through his music.
And that's him singing.
That is absolutely him singing.
I'd like to point out he does a very good job. He's on key.
He sings on key.
He is not warbling around, missing the high notes or anything.
If you want to talk about a disgrace to the national anthem.
Oh, please do not play.
I think we need to have a scale.
No, don't
And
do
at
it.
the bottom of the scale is Roseanne Barr. Okay, I can't listen to any more of it. So that's Roseanne Barr at a Padres game back in 1990. I think the most disrespectful, disgraceful, and horrible, not just because she can't sing, but was because she was like making fun of the fact she can't sing.
That's what, if you're thinking of what Roseanne Barr would do to the national anthem, that's exactly what I think she
really
would do.
Because I think there's lots of artists out there. They're like, oh my God, they got a really beautiful singing voice. They can do it, and they respect the anthem.
Roseanne Barr,
just the way she is.
Well, she's going to sing it like Roseanne Barr. That's exactly what I would expect from Roseanne. Like, and after it, she spit and grabbed herself.
Literally grabbed her crotch and spit on the ground because.
But if you're going to hire this guy from Baltimore, let him do his thing.
He did his thing.
And then if you're going to hire Roseanne, let her do her thing.
Oh, my God.
It just wasn't.
I don't think anybody's ever
good.
asked Roseanne to sing the national anthem again, by the way. I don't think
she's not a singer. Why would they ask her to sing it if she can't sing?
Well, I think there's lots of people that aren't singers that do the national anthem.
Oh, that's a tough song, man.
It's not an easy song. 100%.
Right. You got to be really good.
100%.
So that's when you hold the mic out to the crowd to hit that high note
I guess.
for you.
I guess. Yeah.
Well, you know, so if people that are offended by this, I guess the standard they're using is what? Whitney Houston, the Statler brothers? Like, what are we using as the example of the way the national anthem is supposed to be sung every single time? Because then you're just asking people, hey, do your version of Whitney Houston. Like, do your copy of her. Because Whitney Houston's version is Whitney Houston's version of the national anthem.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, a lot of people can't.
Well, nobody can.
Anything.
Not a lot of people.
Houston could do.
And, little known fact, you ready for this? Mm-hmm. So that was Super Bowl. You remember that?
Sure. It's the Giants Super Bowl in 1986.
You like that?
Yeah, Pasadena, California. They beat Denver.
She was lip syncing.
Sure,
so when you saw that, you listened to a pre-recorded track. Now, in the stadium, she did have a live mic, and we call it singing the track. She sang over top of the recorded version. But she sang it live, but she did it in a studio.
But also, it was a very important national anthem because we were at war with Iraq.
Mm-hmm. That was a big deal.
And that rendition, like, I don't know if you want to say brought the country together, but it was a moment.
Yeah. And I'm not mad at Whitney for lip syncing, by the way. I'm not trying to out her.
No.
Most artists lip sync, by the way, even the ones you think don't. But what they do is they just sing to track. There is a vocal track underneath that they sing over top of.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not outraged by this one.
I'm not outraged. I just didn't think the Baltimore one was very good.
It might be the strangest and really a heartbreaking story. One of the weirdest places that you could lose your life. We'll talk about this crazy story. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's get you Kinetico system. Absolutely 100% you need one. So my wife and I are going through a little bit of a remodel in the house. And so yesterday was the day we lost our sink and our stove and the Kinetico water. And it's going to be like that for just a couple weeks. But I got to tell you, living without Kinetico water, it's not very, it stinks. I'm not going out and buying bottled water. So Bruce gave me a great idea. We have Kinetico here at the station. I've got big, huge cans and bottles, and I just started filling stuff up. I'm taking it home, right? You saw me do it. Or, yeah, I'm stealing water from KTAR. Some people say I've been stealing money from KTAR for almost 27 years, so I might as well steal some water as well. But the thing is, it's perfect water. And the thing is, you know, When you get a Kinetico system in your home, everything improves. The taste of your coffee, the taste of your food. When you bathe, the experience is better with that clean, perfect water. So get a Kinetico system this summer. 602-910-6570. You can visit them at aquazona.com.
Hey, our health starts with the air we breathe, right? Especially here in Phoenix. Well, check this out from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. How about a free whole home air purifier right now when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit? Yep, Paul Calvisi here. This is exactly what we did just recently. Got new high-efficiency AC from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, just like 3 of our neighbors went with Day and Night. And we got the free whole home air purifier. We're talking a $1,500 value at no extra cost. Think of it as our shield against allergens and dust and airborne germs so our families can breathe cleaner, healthier air every day, not to mention help reduce pet odors and cooking odors. Think of it as Day and Night. Comfort and clean air done right. Call Day and Night at 480-344-0082 or visit dayandnightair.com and schedule that free estimate. A free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway. Because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's a new poll from Gallup that presents a snapshot of what Americans think about immigration now. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
85% of American adults tell Gallup they think those brought to the U.S. illegally as children and have been here a long time should be allowed to stay if they meet certain requirements. 78% say allowing anyone the chance to stay and become citizens if they meet requirements is a good idea, up 8 points from last year. When it comes to Border Patrol, the number who think the U.S. needs to hire more agents, 59% say yes, down from 76% last year.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on the road home tonight, Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. There's just one spot that just refuses to let go and even out. And we're talking about the Deck Park Tunnel right now. A little bit slow there. Not too bad. Most of the valley roads and freeways are starting to ease up. We're really starting to get into that Friday light pattern for the weekend. Traffic is brought to you by AAMCO Transmissions and Total Car Care. Beat the heat with AAMCO. Get a free AC check and let the experts at AAMCO help keep you cool in your car this summer. Google AAMCO to find a location near you. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All right, so you want to purchase a home. Let's talk about mortgage rates. Discussing this with the Lund Mortgage team, someone you absolutely need in your corner. Mortgage rates fell to a 7-week low again this week. So it gives you, the buyer, some reprieve from borrowing costs. You know, the market has shifted a bit right now into a buyer's market. So sellers are more likely to negotiate a good deal with you. You're going to save some money. But here's the thing. You've got to call the Lund Mortgage team. That's where you start. First call that you make. You're thinking maybe we should buy a house now. Hey, Gatos was talking about what? Buyer's market in the valley. Maybe we should. What do? You call the Lund Mortgage team. That's the first thing that you do. You know, if you've been waiting or sitting on the fence, it's time to look at the market again and call my friends over at Lund Mortgage. And this could be the timing that you've been waiting for. So call them, 623-875-9940. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
When life brings challenges, knowing where to turn is essential. At Revival Psychiatry, we're committed to providing more than just mental health care. We're dedicated to restoring hope, dignity, and quality of life. We offer personalized diagnoses, medication management, therapy, and non-invasive ketamine treatments. Offering telehealth and in-person options, and we accept most insurance plans. We are Revival Psychiatry, and we are here to support you. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. An Arizona congressman wants the government to step into the heat and help. But how? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me on KTAR.
Gatos, did you hear this story the other day of a man who died while in a hyperbaric chamber? These, I use a term like a medical chamber. A lot of people use them. It helps with sports injuries or other things you have, right?
I've read about some professional wrestlers.
Okay.
That go through serious injuries and spend a lot of time in these things. Like they have neck injuries, and for years to try and get back into the ring, they spend time in these. Is it hyperbaric?
Hyperbaric. It's like
chamber.
Oxygen therapy.
Yeah.
You're contained in this this chamber.
Yeah.
They all look different, but it has a very high concentration of oxygen, which you're breathing in, which helps restore cells and things like that.
There's some football players who...
I've heard this.
Jamar Chase is one of them. See, you and I would know this because we're fantasy football
champs. He's going to go number one overall in every draft.
I wouldn't take him number one, but that's just me.
We'll have that debate.
He during the year, that's where he sleeps.
Oh, during the football season.
Yeah.
It helps him recover.
Because remember,
probably.
after Sunday, you are beat up.
Oh yeah.
If you can get 1 or 2 days where you minimize that that helps your body, yeah. It's an incredible piece of technology.
Well, the story came out of Lake Havasu, where Lake Havasu Fire Department responded to reports of a burn patient Wednesday night.
Yeah.
The patient was Walter Foxcroft, Wally Foxcroft.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday, but I didn't know that what you're about to say.
Yeah.
I didn't know this. Because it's a
43 years old.
Horrific death.
He died of his burn injuries. As you can imagine, you're in an oxygen-intense environment. If there was any sort of a flame, he basically burned to death in this thing.
Yeah, he did.
And he was a former U of A Wilbur the Wildcat.
He's a mascot.
He was the mascot. There's pictures of him in his Wilbur the Wildcat. I mean, well, I'll tell you about that means he was a heck of an athlete. Whether you like U of A or not, I'll even credit Sparky, but those people in those mascots are tremendous athletes. And so, I'm trying to think, was he using this hyperbaric chamber, because of his athletic ability, kind of like a Jamar Chase? But I had no idea that they could be dangerous.
I didn't know either. I really didn't. I don't know how. I've never used one. Have you ever used one?
Never.
See, I would.
But
think
I've
that
seen them.
You, as a guy who races cars and has
I should
had
probably use one.
1 million injuries.
I've had a few, not 1 million.
But
told you 1 million times to stop exaggerating.
That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, 1,000,001 injuries.
Yeah.
I would think that you would have figured out a way to get into one of those. I really do.
Yeah.
Because it takes away days of inflammation.
Like recovery,
and
right?
Recovery time. Right. I don't know if you use that after surgeries. Let me say this. Not everybody has one of these things. I mean, Now, there's all kinds of them. Can I tell you something? Okay.
So
people have these in their home?
My friend has one at his house.
How rich is your friend?
Very.
Well, that's why.
But okay, so I saw it and I said, "Oh, do you have a hammock?" And he goes, "That's not a hammock, it's a hyperbaric chamber."
Okay.
So imagine, have you seen the standalone hammocks? They have like some metal that kind of holds up the ends of it. Well, this is what it has. And you get inside and you zip yourself into this thing.
I didn't know you zip. I thought you close.
This one's not hard-sided. It's a soft-sided version.
Interesting.
But I say zip. It's not like a regular zipper. Do you know what I mean? But you close yourself up in this. So there's all kinds of different ones that people use to recover or to deal with different injuries or things.
Yeah.
But this one, apparently, and it's unclear why, Lake Havasu Fire Department hasn't been able to say, nor have the police been able to say, how this thing caught on fire. He was at a professional place that does these too. They have these wellness centers. He was at a place that has hyperbaric chambers. It wasn't his own.
It kind of freaks you out a bit because you
don't know what you don't know.
No. Everybody's doing this ice plunging
Red
thing.
light therapy. I've heard about that too.
Right.
Yeah, I was told I need to get an ice bath.
Everybody is always looking to try and figure out a way to feel younger. And sometimes
Turn
it's
back father time.
Yeah. Or sometimes it's a wellness center. Sometimes it's the ice plunge. But I never thought a hyperbaric chamber could be dangerous. And maybe that was 1 in 1,000,000.
Well, Wally Foxcroft, 43 years old. He was Wilbur the Wildcat, 2002 to 2005 down there. And, we so sorry for the loss. Just tragic and just terrifying to think about. Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And up next, a Phoenix dad. You going to give him a pass after you learn how his 2-year-old shot himself in the arm? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Aria Dental Implant Center? They're able to provide for you world-class care at reasonable prices. So I'm talking to some of you who have broken teeth. Maybe you know a family member or friend that is missing teeth. and you're unable to eat the foods that you want, certain proteins, fruits and vegetables, that kind of thing. But when I talk about ARIA, yes, they're able to provide world-class care at reasonable prices. Why? Because they are local. They're right here on 32nd Street and Cactus. And when I say local, and why that's so important, is there are all these other, implant centers, dental implant centers you can go to. They're massive. They're owned by, people with just massive amounts of money. Well, guess what? They got to pay investors. So what does that mean? It means they have to charge you more. Doesn't happen at ARIA. I mean, I've seen them lower dental prices and fees through the years. So I want you to get your teeth fixed. I want you to call Dr. Joe and his team at ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
At the Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and at Midwestern, students and faculty providers work together to deliver affordable, unhurried, and thorough care. Whether it's physical therapy, like I've had at Midwestern, occupational therapy, speech therapy, or clinical psychology, you'll find comprehensive services for your entire family, all in one place, in a 74,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in Glendale, just off the 101 near 59th Avenue in Utopia. The Therapy Institute uses the latest technology to provide high-quality, patient-centered care. Midwestern's team includes licensed faculty and advanced students from the College of Health Sciences and the Arizona College of Optometry, working together to serve patients of all ages and abilities. And with one of only 12 Karen virtual reality systems in the U.S., Midwestern offers advanced rehabilitation and evaluation like no other. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. As the White Sage Fire continues burning north of the Grand Canyon, we've gotten an update now from the Arizona Bureau of Land Management. And KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
Arizona BLM and other agencies have been fighting that fire using a variety of tools throughout the day.
From helicopters to air tankers to assist the firefighters on the ground and to help slow the fire as much as we can.
That's Dolores Garcia with BLM. She says as of today, the fire is more than 8,000 acres strong and not contained at all, adding crews are struggling with dry and windy conditions.
We have the potential for increase in acreage through the weekend as long as we continue to see these dry conditions and these gusty, windy conditions somewhat associated with some changing weather fronts in the area.
And BLM urging weekend travelers to avoid the north rim of the Grand Canyon. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits in history. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly gathered with stakeholders in Phoenix to talk about its impacts. The Democrats say it will hurt free school lunches and force more people to rely on food banks. Kelly adds about 300,000 Arizonans will lose access coverage, which will strain health systems across the state. Arizona's never seen the kind of flooding that's been seen in Texas, but we do have our own natural disaster. Heat.
More than 600 people died in Maricopa County last year from the heat. Arizona U.S. Representative Greg Stanton, who recently formed the Congressional Extreme Heat Caucus, is critical of how the administration has handled the flooding in Texas. He says the federal emergency response system is designed to help when a state or city can't handle it on its own, but now he says the administration is trying to wash its hands of responsibility.
The whole point of it is to lead with localities first, but then the federal government comes in and supports them through the federal emergency disaster declarations. We owe that to our fellow Americans.
Stanton adds the administration also wants to stop funding grants for local governments to plan for emergencies, which he believes would be devastating. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
A son of top Mexican drug trafficking boss El Chapo has pleaded guilty to U.S. drug trafficking charges in Chicago. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Changing his plea from not guilty to guilty in a deal with federal prosecutors to drug trafficking, money laundering, and firearms charges, Ovidio Guzman Lopez. Prosecutors allege Ovidio, with his brother Joaquin, known as the Little Chapos, ran a faction of the Sinaloa cartel that exported fentanyl, heroin, meth, and cocaine to the U.S. He agreed to postpone sentencing to a later court date.
Eyes on Education.
Education Forward Arizona is holding a FAFSA workshop this Saturday from 10 to 2 at Capital One Cafe in Scottsdale Fashion Square. Jennifer Murphy with the nonprofit explains that it's for students who have not yet completed those aid forms.
We rely heavily on Ask Benji, which is our AI-powered chatbot for FAFSA completion across the state. We staff these events with Ask Benji staff as well as FAFSA experts from the community.
It's the last FAFSA workshop before the deadline. Turning to Wall Street today, the Dow was down 279 points, finishing out the week at 44,371. S&P fell 20 and the NASDAQ dropped 45. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now, checking the Getting You Home traffic, here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. The last slow spots that you usually have around the valley, they are definitely evening out. And we're just going to call this Friday light, starting about an hour earlier than usual. So I say enjoy that and have a nice, safe drive home. Traffic brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're looking at high temperatures right around 110 degrees today. We had that today, then for tomorrow and Sunday and Monday, too. Should cool off a little bit, though, by Wednesday and Thursday, and we've got a 20% chance of rain those days. Overnight tonight, a low right around 90. In Phoenix at Sky Harbor, it's 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final final hour of the week.
A lot of people, including us, say it is the best hour.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I am packing it in, man. I mean,
got one.
I don't even know if I'm gonna contribute this segment.
Okay, well, you're gonna do your. I'll tell you what. I know you will, because I know this is gonna get you fired up. So, we had the story just the other day of, now we know, a 2-year-old, a toddler, who shot themselves.
Yeah, I'm back in
the arm. With a gun.
Right.
That dad left lying around the house. We're learning a little bit more.
Yeah, we're learning about how awful a father this is.
So, according to the police report, Phoenix police say dad was distracted when the toddler accidentally shot themselves in the arm with the gun. Now, I want to say this. Thankfully, the child is going to recover. Thankfully. But when you're talking about a bullet and a small little body, it doesn't take much to be a tragedy. So, they said dad took his gun out with the intent of cleaning it. He set it on the arm of the couch, and then he became distracted. Said he's watching online videos on his computer, possibly even was going to sleep when he heard the gunshot. And him and the mother run in.
Outrageous.
And see the child on the floor bleeding.
That's outrageous. We're lucky the child's not dead.
100%.
Here's the thing. You got to be smart enough to know that if you take your gun out to do one thing or another with it, and this time it was to clean it, you immediately clean it. You don't turn and check your messages. You don't answer the phone. You don't see what's on YouTube. Maybe you don't.
You certainly don't. Yeah, don't leave it sitting around.
Don't go. Oh, well, I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to go on TikTok, because that's what this guy did. I mean, that's exactly what this so-called dad did. And it gets worse.
Yeah.
He's done it before. So I have a question. How often or how many more opportunities is mom, and I'm going to put mom right front and center.
Okay.
How many more opportunities are you going to give dad to kill the kid?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
That's all I want to know. That's just what I want to know.
Let me throw this in there.
Yeah.
It wasn't the first time he left the gun out.
Right.
Mother told investigators that she had told him before not to leave his gun out when the baby, the 2-year-old, especially, was running around.
So I'm thinking about this out loud. Like, maybe the only way, if I'm mom, that I would allow this man to continue being in the life of this kid, you got to get rid of your firearm. You're not allowed to have one. You obviously have no concern for any gun safety. You've left your gun out a couple times. Your kid has put a bullet into himself.
Right. I mean, the next time may not turn out right. You know,
like it's one of two things, Bruce. It's either you get rid of the gun or you get rid of him. That's it.
I listen.
That's it.
This is uncalled for, and it is. I goes thankfully, even with the child who is going to recover from a gunshot wound to the arm. Why wait for the next time?
Yeah, some people should not be owning a firearm, and this is one guy.
Child Protective Services has been, what do they call it, contacted in this story. The Arizona Department of Child Safety is conducting a separate investigation and will then make their recommendations. But yeah, it may be that either he or the gun can't be in the same house as mom and the child.
And I would say, I don't trust this guy.
Well, he is far from a responsible gun owner. But I think that's putting it kindly.
But if he went to Child Protective Services and said, listen, I'm giving up my gun, I really don't believe him. This is a guy who can't make any decent decision about his kid. Like, listen, you want to be on TikTok? Fine, be on TikTok. But don't leave the gun out for your kid to shoot himself.
I thought this was kind of interesting. So there's a gun safety consultant who talked about this and talked about, responsible gun owners need to remember that kids are always getting into things. They like to touch things. Mm-hmm. They like to play with things, and they don't see a gun, especially a 2-year-old. They don't see a gun as a weapon, a firearm as deadly. They see it as something that has buttons and levers on it, and they press them.
Right. We had a dad a couple weeks ago leave a gun. No, he didn't leave a gun. He purposely stored a gun in his son's room.
Like, that wasn't even on accident.
No, and it was loaded. And
he put it on a shelf, he said,
it
in
was
the room.
loaded.
And the boy got to it.
The son got the gun and killed his sister by accident.
Pulled the trigger and accidentally shot his sister.
Some people shouldn't have guns.
I mean, you hear these stories, and I know responsible gun owners out there, it drives them nuts.
And there's no doubt.
To hear these stories. People who properly lock up their guns, people who don't have guns,
how about this?
Certainly around children.
People who teach their children about gun safety.
At a very young age.
And what happens when that gun goes off.
Yeah.
And there's so many good gun owners here in Arizona. And I always say this, like, I never worry. If I see someone with a gun, I never worry. I really don't. It actually makes me feel a little bit more safe wherever I am. And so you've got some people who just, this is a 27-year-old who, he'd rather be on his phone than keep his kid safe. Okay, well, if that's the case, you got to kick him out, Mom, because your kid is not going to survive another one of these. This was so lucky.
Agreed. We speak about gun safety, and I got to tell you, I learned something, and it's always something that stuck with me at a young age. And I was taught you never point a gun at something you don't want to destroy.
Yeah, it's a great way to put it. Yeah.
Don't ever point a gun at something you don't want to destroy.
Unless you want to kill it on purpose. Right.
Because
that's what it'll do.
That's what it'll do.
But a 2-year-old doesn't know that.
Of course not.
Right.
Of course not.
2-year-old doesn't know that. And a 5-year-old. I mean, honestly.
I don't know at what age all of a sudden they start knowing that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think leaving a loaded firearm sitting around the house with any child is a good idea.
I don't like giving a lot of these parents a second chance. I'll give you another example.
Okay, give me another.
Okay. I don't know, what was it, last summer? We had a guy decide I'm going to leave my daughter in the back seat in her car seat in the middle of summer.
I remember this.
Okay, and I'm going to go play video games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
went inside the house.
Right, and she died.
This was the one where he left the car running with his excuse, and I'm not making an excuse for him. What he told police is, I left the car running with the AC on.
Mm-hmm.
The problem was he was inside so long that the car had an automatic shut off.
Right.
And after 20 minutes, half hour, or whatever, shut off. And this girl, tiny girl, buckled in the car seat, was out there for a couple hours.
Yeah, and he did that many different times.
It wasn't the first time he did it. Yeah,
and that's my point.
I hear what you're saying now.
How many times are you going to give someone, whether it's your husband, your wife, or whatever, a second chance?
A second chance to kill your child.
Where was it again?
Marana, down into just north of Tucson.
So again, I don't want to be blaming Mom, but
she knew
if Mom
that he'd done that before.
Hang on, if Mom decided, you know what, you've left the kid in the car 3 times, we're done. That's it. You don't get to see her anymore. That kid would be alive today. Yeah. And so, so the guy that we're talking about in Phoenix, 27-year-old guy who claims he's a dad, you're not a dad. You're not keeping your kids safe. You'd rather be online watching videos. And your kid almost shot himself to death. I don't think, and you left your gun out before. Yeah, you don't get another shot.
Not your first time.
You don't get another chance here.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky and Lynn will get you up to speed on everything that's going on. And then up next, it's time for the Stream Team. We'll tell you what you should or maybe shouldn't be watching and streaming this weekend. It's coming up next right here, Outspoken on KTAR.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:15. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. U.S. military and NATO officials are discussing a possible plan that could be unveiled in coming days that would provide Ukraine with much-needed air defense weapons. Here's ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Weapons for Ukraine would include Patriot missile systems by funneling them through the European alliance, officials say. President Trump says he supports the idea. It's unclear whether the weapons would come from U.S. military stocks. Defense officials have recently expressed previous concerns that the U.S. supply could be too low. A senior NATO military official and a second U.S. official confirmed that discussions on how to make the idea work were underway Friday.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic, now here's Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. As we hit in the 6 o'clock hour here, I'm seeing Friday Light on the Valley Freeway, so we're going to go with that. We're going to tell you it's an excellent time to drive home, and we'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
All righty, time to jump into the Stream Team. Gatos, brought to you by Life Changer Loans.
Yeah, we tell you what to stream, what not to stream.
Yeah.
You know, maybe
what we're watching.
You're looking for a new show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now that the summer movies are out, maybe we'll hit a couple of these.
Yeah.
All right, why don't you go first?
You're going to let me go.
Yeah, what do you got? What's your movie or what's your stream?
So I found it on HBO Max first. By the way, they're calling it HBO Max again. They changed the name back.
Yeah, because nobody called it Max.
Right.
Everybody called it HBO
Even
Max.
the logo changed on my TV. So now it's back to HBO Max. And it is a documentary. Stop me if you've heard this one before. About pretty interesting person. A fascinating person who I did not know a lot about. The documentary is called My Mom, Jane, and it's the story of Jane Mansfield.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've spent my whole life distancing myself from my mother. Jane Mansfield.
Jane Mansfield has leaped from total obscurity to the most photographed woman in show business.
I use my pin-up type publicity to get my foot in the door.
Her career made me want to do it differently. But I want to understand her now.
So it is the woman you're hearing speaking, and the woman who did this documentary is Mariska Hargitay. Hargitay? How do I say her last name? She said it on there.
Hargitay.
Hargitay.
Yeah.
She is the star. She plays Olivia Benson on Law and Order Special Victims Unit. She is the daughter of Jane Mansfield. I'd heard the name Jane Mansfield. I thought of her as, like this, pinup star, back in the early days of Hollywood. I did not know the story. The story of Jane Mansfield is a Hollywood movie, except it's real. It is fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating.
Give me a nugget.
Jane Mansfield played on screen, the ditzy blonde. She was there because she was pretty. She was Marilyn Monroe before there was Marilyn Monroe. She was...
Well, Marilyn Monroe had a super high IQ and always played the ditzy blonde. Yeah.
Well, guess what? We learned about Jane Mansfield. She spoke 5 languages.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting?
She played classical piano and violin. She had a genius level IQ.
Yeah.
And she was constantly typecast in roles. And, one of the things that come out of this is, again, something you might have heard more than once is she made some bad choices when it came to the men in her life. She made some bad choices. But this film is really about a daughter who knew nothing of her mom. Her mom passed away when she was an infant, had no memories of her mom. And she interviews her brothers, her sister, people that knew her mother, old manager, and learns kind of the story of her mom through these old clips, old interviews, and then talking with all these people. And it really was a heartwarming journey to watch Mariska go on. But also what a fascinating character what a fascinating person Jane Mansfield was, and sadly died in a car accident way too soon. So it's called My Mom Jane, and it is streaming on HBO Max. It's basically this a daughter's search to find out about her really famous mom.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Stream Team. We tell you what you should or shouldn't be streaming this weekend. We do it every Friday at 6:15. All right, so I'm sure my next Stream Team is going to be Superman because I'm going to go see it on Sunday.
Well, we might have to do a special version on Monday, don't you think? We can't wait a whole week.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay.
So I'm going to see it on Sunday. I am a big Superman fan, so I decided to stream maybe the best Superman movie of all time. And I think it'll maybe surprise you.
Okay.
Again, Christopher Reeve, best Superman. Loved the original. Loved Superman 2. But I think a really great movie was Superman Returns.
Okay, so you're going to have to refresh my memory because they all kind of blended into one for me.
2006.
2006.
So it was the first Superman film post Christopher Reeve. Because remember, they made like 3 or 4 of them or 5 of them, and they were awful. Christopher Reeve made 2 great Superman movies, and
like the originals.
After that was terrible.
Yeah, they kind of tended to go
So
downhill.
this one in 2006 actually is a kind of a continuation.
Okay. Who starred in this one?
Brandon Routh was Superman. Really? Yes.
Whatever happened to him?
You've been gone a long time.
Hark, hey, welcome back. I see you've already met the Munchkin.
Hello. Yeah, well, you've been gone. Fearless reporter Lois Lane is a mommy.
How could you leave us like that? I moved on. So did the rest of us. The world doesn't need a savior, and neither do I.
So that's Kate Bosworth, who played Lois Lane.
By the way, what is it streaming on like right now? Is it?
I'm trying to remember what I streamed it on. I think I streamed it on Prime Video.
Okay. But you can watch it. Okay.
Yeah, you can watch it. There's no doubt. And so I remember seeing this in the theaters in 2006, and I remember loving it. It wasn't the biggest hit. It was somewhat of a success, kind of complicated, but like I was not a fan of any of the Henry Cavill Superman movies.
Ooh.
I thought that CGI was over the top.
Yeah, it was a little
couldn't really see what was going on. It was almost too fast.
It was a little too stylized.
Yeah.
They didn't tell a very good story, I would argue.
I would agree. They did not tell a good story. But in Superman Returns, I think the thing that makes Superman on the big screen work, he has to be able to get hurt.
Oh.
He has to be able to get hurt.
Because if he's completely invincible.
It's boring.
What's big whoop?
Henry Cavill was invincible, and you couldn't hurt the guy. And it was boring.
So you kind of know how this is going to end. You can't hurt him.
Right. And so from what I understand in the new Superman movie that's coming out,
I thought you didn't know anything.
He can be hurt.
Oh, okay.
Okay. In Superman
No,
Returns.
kryptonite can hurt him.
Yeah. That's kind of the crux of Superman Returns in 2006. Lex Luthor is played by Kevin Spacey, who I thought was awesome. I thought Gene Hackman was a terrible Lex Luthor.
Oh,
there was no
blasphemy.
Hate. He had hair, which is an outrage.
Outrage. Lex Luthor is bald.
But Gene Hackman's Lex Luthor, there wasn't this hatred for Christopher Reeve and Superman. When you watch Superman Returns, Kevin Spacey loathes the man.
you pick up on that. Okay.
And I think he's the best Lex Luthor, if you ask me.
All right.
And so I watched it this past weekend, and I'll give you one thing that was different. In 2006, I don't know if you want to call it cinematography or whatever, because I'm not an expert on that.
That's fine.
They slowed Superman down. So did he, like a bullet, go into the air? No. He would float. They would play this music. It was emotional, and you would see him, and then he'd pop, right?
Okay.
But in the Henry Cavill,
he was just like disappearing.
He disappeared, and you didn't see anything. And I was like, wow, that was stupid. I didn't even see him go.
Okay.
So in Superman Returns in 2006, they slowed him down, which
Interesting.
I know that sounds weird.
No. That's I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And made it, almost beautiful to watch.
Wow.
In Henry Cavill's Superman, it was just like, I know he's faster than a speeding bullet, but like, I saw I think a little bit of trail, and boom, he's gone. And it was like I didn't even see it. Okay, so I think 2006 Superman Returns, totally underrated movie.
Okay,
totally underrated movie, but they
and
decided
it helps you kind of get into the
because
vibe.
they didn't want to continue it because they're like, I think the thing on it was there wasn't enough action. I disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
All right. But again, if you're heading in to go see the Superman movie, it gets you in the Superman vibe.
Right. But remember, in the past Superman, they made Henry Cavill like a brooding, like a Batman type of boring. That's not who he is.
When are we going to do a segment on the Nicolas Cage screen test of him as Batman?
I'd like to see it.
I've seen it.
Okay.
Well, there's a whole documentary about it.
I'm sure there was.
Of him in a hotel room, putting on the suit and doing lines for Superman.
He always wanted to be Superman.
Nicolas Cage.
Always wanted it.
Boy, it is the movie we deserved and didn't get. No. That's the stream team. Gato says, go back and watch the 2006 version, Superman Returns. That was a good Superman movie. And then go see the new one this weekend, right? And I saw My Mom Jane, streamed it on HBO Max. It's the story of a daughter finding out more about her mom, and her mom happened to be movie superstar Jane Mansfield. All right, coming up next, checking the headlines, and then, well, is it good news that your kid finally has someone to spill their guts to? Or is it bad news that that person isn't real? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Okay, guys, are you feeling sluggish? Are you losing focus at times? Are you having a little trouble in the bedroom? Red Mountain's here to help. I want you to call my friends at Red Mountain Weight Loss because there's a possibility you have low testosterone. Happens to a lot of guys. And the truth is that men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So maybe you get a little bit older. You're like, yeah, maybe I need a little help. I got some low T. Well, low T you can start for free. You mentioned Gatos, limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss. They'll waive your startup fee. So you'll save $200 if you mention me. For a limited time, it's testosterone therapy, and you get no startup fee this month only. So I want you to go to redmountainweightloss.com. You're going to start gaining some muscle. You're going to lose some fat. You're going to lose the dad bod. All right? Low T, start for free, redmountainweightloss.com.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition, available in so many delicious varieties. Classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Hi, Jamie West here for Beatitudes Campus in North Central Phoenix. Have you ever heard of a life plan community? It's a vibrant lifestyle where you enjoy independent living today with a smart plan in place if your needs ever change. Curious? Take a tour, meet the people, feel the difference. And right now, save big with the Summer of Super Savings. Visit beatitudescampus.org, beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus, celebrating 60 years of serving seniors.
The heat is here, and your home should be your happy place. Rias makes sure your home stays cool, your energy bills stay low, and your family stays happy. Right now, Rias is offering our signature Refresh AC Maintenance, a $1,000 value for just $89.99. It helps your system run better, last longer, and avoid those sweaty midsummer breakdowns. With Rias, it's not just cooler, it's happier. Visit Rias.com/happy to schedule today.
Rias. Call Rias, R-E-E-I-S. You'll be happy to see us.
The Lund team prides ourselves on getting pre-approved before you buy. This makes you a stronger buyer with a stronger offer. The good news is the full pre-approval is free of charge. No upfront application fee. Some companies will charge an application fee to suck you in. At Lund, we have no hidden cost and no surprises. Just straight talk, and we walk you through the process and provide a clear path to your new home purchase. Give the Lund team a call today, where you're always treated like family. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up. Start with Stable.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I am with Alexander Hobby, a recent graduate of Midwestern University with a degree in speech-language pathology. But that is not where your story started, Alex, is it?
No, it actually started in 2020. I went to a different school for a dental program, and then I just started flunking out. They wanted to dismiss me from the program, and I didn't know why. Went to an audiologist, was diagnosed with auditory processing disorder, and decided to go to Midwestern to major in speech-language pathology to help others like me.
So what was your experience like at the Midwestern clinics?
The doctors were very patient with me. The professors understood where I was coming from, and I was able to treat patients like myself similar to me, and it was just a great experience all around.
And you're going to use it to help others. That's amazing.
Definitely.
To learn more about Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, where you can receive unhurried care like I do, and all of the Midwestern University clinics, including dental, vision, and family medicine, visit mwuclinics.com.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now.
KTAR breaking news alert.
It's just into the KTAR News Center. No officers injured after an officer-involved shooting in Mesa. This happened just a few moments ago at Mesa Drive and Broadway Road, and it is currently affecting north and southbound traffic on Mesa Drive. We'll have more on that in just a few moments. Law enforcement appears to have closed the road while they're investigating the shooting. You can get breaking news right to your phone if you download the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. The Republican spending measure includes the largest cuts to Medicaid and SNAP benefits in history, the bulk of which take effect in 2028.
Stakeholders gathered in Phoenix to talk about the new law's impacts. Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly explains they have similar work requirements for Medicaid in Georgia, and it didn't result in more people working, rather more people losing coverage.
This isn't making it more efficient. Providing these work requirements, if you go to other states that have these type of work requirements, this is about making it hard for people to stay on Medicaid. People who are sick.
He adds, of the roughly 2 million Arizonans who rely on Medicaid, about 300,000 will lose coverage, which will strain rural hospital systems, forcing some to close. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
As the White Sage Fire burns north of the Grand Canyon, we have an update tonight from the Arizona Bureau of Land Management. Dolores Garcia says travelers should avoid the north rim of the canyon this weekend. The fire is currently more than 8,000 acres, and it continues to burn in dry and windy conditions. Garcia adds it's 0% contained and it may expand over the weekend. We're hearing from some passengers on board a U.S.-bound Delta flight from Spain, diverted to an unlikely emergency landing location. ABC's Matt Rivers has the details.
Some passengers saying they heard a loud boom.
Everyone sort of looked at each other like, did you hear that? What happened?
The aircraft forced to divert, landing safely at the Lajes Airport in the Azores, a chain of small islands in the middle of the ocean. Passengers disembarking, remaining on the island for nearly 30 hours before a new plane arrived to take them to their destination. In a statement, Delta pointing to a mechanical issue with an engine, adding, "We sincerely apologize to our customers for their experience and delay in their travels."
And turning to sports tonight, after dropping last night's game to the San Diego Padres, the Diamondbacks have moved on to Anaheim for a weekend series with the Angels. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch just moments away. And it's a long weekend away from the court for the Phoenix Mercury. They'll be back on the court in Golden State on Monday night. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And now with the check on traffic, including that area there in Mesa where the officer-involved shooting just happened. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. So this area here, this is going to be slow on Mesa Drive, and this is going to start around 2nd Avenue. It's really shut down, but this is going to go to 8th Avenue. So here's what you got to do. If you normally get off the Superstition and you take Mesa Drive, you don't want to do that right now. Take Southern instead so you can avoid this whole entire thing. If you're north of that, don't go towards Broadway and Mesa Drive. Stay around Main Street, stay around Horn, stay around Center, but just stay away from Mesa Drive and Broadway until further notice due to this officer-involved shooting. We'll check traffic again in about 15 minutes. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 90 degrees. Tomorrow and Sunday and Monday, too, we're going to be right around 110. And then backing off a little bit midweek with a chance of rain. Right now, it's 108 degrees in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
How much money do we spend on Prime Days? We'll talk to Kristen Bentz about that on the Mike Broomhead Show Monday morning at 9 a.m.
You know, the question is, which is worse? Your teen, your middle schooler, your high schooler, keeping all of their emotions, fears, anxieties inside, or telling someone, if that someone happens to be an artificial intelligence chatbot. Because that's what's happening. We're finding out through an interesting study. There are, I wasn't aware that a lot of schools and even healthcare companies are trying to support kids and their mental health a little bit better, and they're using AI chatbots to do it. There's a new study that just came out from the people that do studies. It looked at data from 250,000 messages exchanged by teenagers spanning 19 different states, and it found out maybe here's the silver lining in it.
Yeah.
All kids fear the same stuff. Number one concern, balancing extracurricular activities and school, followed by sleep struggles, followed by finding a relationship and feelings of loneliness.
Yeah, you want to be liked. You want to do well in school.
Like, that's universal,
sure.
You know, for lack of better terms. These were the types of issues that these kids were having conversations with the chat bot about.
Yeah, and as a parent, you've got to figure out, do you trust AI when it comes to your kid's mental health?
Well, okay, let me put it this way. How would you know? And I say this. We're talking about kids who, I think it's safe to say, feel very comfortable with technology. They're used to conversations through Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. And if they were reaching out to and having conversations with I'm going to call it a mental health chatbot, who would know? It would look just like a text message with somebody else, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there are kids that get advice from TikTok.
A great example.
And it's
like health advice.
It's not good.
It's horrible.
No, you're going down the wrong path.
So these AI chatbots are at least overseen by professional therapists, clinicians, things like that. It's not just some random thing. The AI system is drawing from professional information.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Still don't like it. Okay.
I'm a big fan of AI. I mean, I know that there's pros and cons to it, and we're only just starting to scratch the surface. But when it comes to your kid, do you want your kid talking to something that doesn't exist about real issues, about suicide? You trust AI to talk to your kid about suicide? Do you trust your AI to talk to your kid about anxiety or depression? Or
But the flip side is, will they have that conversation with a real human? Or will they just keep it inside until it becomes a bigger problem?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think you're keeping it inside, even if you're talking to AI. What is AI going to do?
Well, and these chatbots give them tips on how to deal with things. It is a back and forth.
What if they're wrong? What if their tips are wrong?
Well, I don't think they're giving them like that specific stuff, and then maybe I need to find out more.
If they're not giving them specific
a lot
stuff,
of times it's the fact of just talking about it makes them feel better.
Even if it's not a real person.
Yeah.
Even if they're just talking.
They know it's not a real person. These kids don't. They aren't fooled.
Right.
Like it's not a game. You know what I'm saying? They know they're talking to a chatbot, and the research also says it's why they're doing it because they fear judgment and they fear talking about some of these things to adults. And I'll argue that's a much bigger problem. The fact that they don't have an adult that they trust they can talk to about these issues. 100% agree.
Well, you got to. Then we need to do better as parents. We need to make sure that our kids can come and talk to us about anything and everything. Now, is that always going to work out? No. Are they going to keep stuff from you? Of course they are. Of course they are. But is there a reason why your kid doesn't think that he or she can come to you and talk about some of the most important things in life?
So think about this. One of the things that came out of this study is the researchers said the top 10 topics that kids are stressed about, worried about, talk about, not a surprise. What was a surprise was in their interviews with teachers, administrators, counselors at schools, they were not aware that the students were going through some of this stuff.
Of course not.
And they were surprised that the students were even that self-aware of their own problems. They didn't know the kids knew that they were struggling with this even. So there is a disconnect. There is a gap in here that at the end of the day is bad for the kids.
Yeah, is AI the solution?
It's not to replace. I don't think it's to replace, and I don't think they're making the argument to replace. But these schools also said a lot of schools cut back on school counselors. It's not easy to get in to see somebody all the time. And if they need, quote unquote, somebody to talk to, is an AI chatbot better than just keeping it inside?
Sometimes you need that third person or that, you know what I mean? You can go talk to your parents.
But AI is not a person.
No, but
a third entity is what we're saying now.
I don't know that I'm up for talking to a bot necessarily, but you were talking about going to talk to your parents. We need to sit down. That's true. But sometimes parents are too close to the situation or they've got an agenda. They've got their mindset a certain way and they see the kid as, like, for instance, in trying to, balance school and work. They can't see it. So they need that other person entity to lay it all out for.
Listen, I think this is an evolution. We've seen this when it comes to mental health. It used to be you had to go and sit on a couch, in front of a counselor, and now you can do them virtually. You don't even have to go in. You can turn the camera off
with a licensed person.
With a licensed person, yes. I know, but I'm just saying the barrier just keeps coming down.
It's coming down too far.
Okay, well, I just don't know if these kids are going to go the other direction. But anyway,
all right, coming up next. The next time you get on a plane, you're going to need some tip money.
Oh, come on.
We'll explain next.
Hey, I want to talk to you real quick about what's going on over at Peoria Ford. You might have heard about the employee pricing. Well, that ended at the end of June. Okay. It's still going on at Peoria Ford. That's right. Pat Hickey, the boss at Peoria Ford, says Ford can end the employee pricing deal. I'm not. That's right. At Peoria Ford, you get employee pricing right now, even though it's not going on everywhere else. Plus, Peoria Ford adds an amazing package of benefits. They call it the Peoria Ford Advantage. Over $8,000 in real perks. Perks like free maintenance. Perks like loaner car. Perks like dent repair, windshield repair, fix a flat. Seriously, things you're going to need when you own a car, right? You can get amazing deals, and you can get them right now at Peoria Ford. As a matter of fact, they're doing a pretty cool thing. They got a $5,000 test drive giveaway. You take any new Ford for a spin at Peoria Ford, you could be the one who wins $5,000. No purchase necessary. Everyone qualifies. What a great reason to stop by Peoria Ford. Online, peoriaford.com, or you could just stop by. Do it tonight. Head on over there, just off the 101 west of Bell Road. West of the 101 on Bell Road. It's Peoria Ford. You buy your Ford anywhere other than Peoria Ford, you pay too much.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products in next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. New tonight, no officers are injured after an officer-involved shooting in Mesa that happened just a few moments ago at Mesa Drive and Broadway Road. Now, it appears that law enforcement has closed Mesa Drive while they're investigating the shooting, and we'll bring you more details as they become available. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And since Mesa Drive is closed, let's find out what's going on there and elsewhere. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa Drive is closed at Broadway Road, so this is going to be unavailable to you from 2nd Avenue on down to about Franklin and 8th Avenue. Just avoid this entire intersection. You've got alternatives right now in Mesa. You can go around it using Crescent, Main Street, Horn, and Southern. So if Mesa Drive is your normal exit north off the 60 Superstition Freeway, don't do that tonight. You definitely want to get off at Horn or Country Club Drive. Just go around it. It's not worth it right now during this investigation. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Don't wait. Get a financial advisor you actually like and trust. Claim your free portfolio review now at AssetPreservationWealth.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Your neighborhood prize Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/pay-or-update. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, let's check it out at KTAR.com. I am a huge Superman fan.
Yes.
I did not like the past movies.
Oh.
And so I'm really excited about this. So the big Q is on Superman. Are you ready?
Of course it is.
All right, here we go. This is me talking. I'm wearing a cape to the movie theater to see Superman. That is absolutely true. And I'm asking you.
That is not a joke.
What do you think?
What do you think?
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a grown man wearing a cape in 110-degree weather.
Okay.
B, makes you wonder what he'll wear when the new Wonder Woman movie comes out.
Oh, you went there.
Or C, a cape is fine. Tights, not so much.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a grown man wearing a cape in 110-degree weather, 57%.
Nope. Number one answer is about Wonder Woman. 45%.
What are you going to wear?
All
right.
I am hoping for the best. I don't know how.
What part are you hoping for the best for?
I don't know how DC continues to drop the ball on Superman. The greatest superhero of all time, and they can't figure out what to do with him.
Yeah.
Question.
Ooh.
So the next time you get on a plane, do you have to have tip money for the flight attendants?
Oh, come on.
This is something that you would totally be in for, correct?
Never. Frontier Airlines. I have never. Have you? Anybody flown Frontier? I've never flown.
Never. Please.
You never?
Are you kidding me?
No. Hold on.
Oh, Julia,
super producer Julia. Julia, why on God's green earth did you get? Okay, where did you fly from?
Oh, I'm flying tomorrow for the first time.
On Frontier Airlines.
Yeah.
Yeah, your flight's not taking off.
Oh. Thanks.
Well, it's been nice knowing you. You have to bring any luggage, or they charge you $1,000 for that?
Well, I made sure to pay extra for a carry-on bag.
You got to pay extra for a carry-on. That's the kind of airline I want.
Well, I want you to get ready for this, Julie, because I don't know if you've flown on other airlines, right? Yeah. Frontier charges you for everything.
Oh, I noticed.
You want to go to the bathroom? You have to fork over some money.
No, you don't.
Want to pick a seat? You want a drink? I'll just have a water. Great, that's $4. Whatever. There's nothing free on this plane.
Not even a cup of water?
No. Now, Frontier Airlines has added the tipping option on the payment screen because you have to pay for everything on the plane, and they now want you to tip the minimum tip. They give you the option, 18%. Ha! So they're going to make me buy a bottle of water where every other airline gives me a bottle of water or it gives me a soda pop.
You don't have to buy anything.
You don't have to.
Right.
And then they're going to want me to minimum tip 18%.
All right, let me preface this by saying I am married to a current flight attendant.
I know you are.
Okay. So I have to be a little bit.
Okay, fair. But I know she doesn't work for Frontier.
Correct. I have to go home tonight, though. I think it's a fantastic idea. And I think we should all tip our flight attendants at least 20%, if you ask me.
Okay, a lot of airlines, they're not allowed to take tips.
They provide a personalized service. I can tell you they're already underpaid for the workload.
There's lots of people that are underpaid that don't get tips.
Everybody gets tips now.
By the way, nobody thinks they're overpaid.
Everybody gets tips, or everybody asks for a tip. You can go anywhere in the world now,
but
especially America, anywhere in America, and we've had the tip talk. We've had hey, I've got the iPad, let me swing it around, and I've done nothing for you. Can you tip me 18%?
I'm like, nope.
But you're talking about someone who is walking up and down the aisles while a plane is going 400 million miles an hour. You can't do a couple bucks?
Okay, most of them are not allowed. So I fly American. And if they don't go there, there's no reason for me to go. They cannot accept cash tips. They are allowed to accept things like candy. They're not supposed to. I didn't know this. They're not supposed to take gift cards because I know of people that do like $5 Starbucks cards, gift cards that give them to flight attendants. It's against the policy. Now, I don't know if that still happens.
You don't want them to get in trouble for accepting it. Yeah.
So here's what I know we have people out there. First off, nobody's tipping on an airplane, right? Nobody's tipping on an airplane.
It does happen. I've seen it.
Really?
Sure. My wife has been offered a few tips. Yeah.
What does she do?
I think she took one and said no to the other or something like that. Okay. And it's only happened once or twice.
So I have some concerns.
Remember, she's new.
She is relatively new, but she's a fantastic flight attendant.
She's awesome. Tips for flight attendants. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I hope they're not holding their breath. Hey, thank you guys for spending time with us today. We sincerely appreciate it. But, we also appreciate all the people it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof class. We've got our super producer, Jules, over there. 2 thumbs up from her. We have the pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. And getting you home with all the traffic, that's Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Superman better be good. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school. In stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Our war room was on fire. Former Pinal County Sheriff Mark Lamb and Arizona State Senator Annalise Ortiz.
What is happening is racial profiling. There is no arrest warrant. There is no warrant, and they're picking up people like dishwashers, like the nanny, wearing masks.
I can't let you come out here with this racial profiling because we had Ukrainians, we had Russians, we had Africans, we had all these people coming in. They broke the law when they came into this country illegally.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, Monday afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Chris Merrill.
And Joe Huizenga.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets that we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much too.